Chapter the 28th, Book the First of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the First, Chapter the 28th. Nobody's Disappearance. Not resting satisfied with the endeavours he had made to recover his lost charge, Mr. Meagles addressed a letter of remonstrance, breathing nothing but goodwill, not only to her but to Miss Wade too. No answer coming to these epistles, or to another written to the stubborn girl by the hand of her late young mistress, which might have melted her if anything could. All three letters were returned weeks afterwards as having been refused at the house door. He deputed Mrs. Meagles to make the experiment of a personal interview, that worthy lady being unable to obtain one, and being steadfastly denied admission. Mr. Meagles besought Arthur to essay once more what he could do. All that came of his compliance was his discovery that the empty house was left in charge of the old woman, that Miss Wade was gone, that the waifs and strays of furniture were gone, and that the old woman would accept any number of half-crowns, and thank the donor kindly, but had no information whatever to exchange for those coins, beyond constantly offering for perusal a memorandum relative to fixtures, which the house-agent's young man had left in the hall. Unwilling, even under this discomfiture, to resign the ingrate and leave her hopeless, in case of her better dispositions obtaining the mastery over the darker side of her character, Mr. Meagles for 6 successive days published a discreetly covered advertisement in the morning papers, to the effect that if a certain young person, who had lately left home without reflection, would at any time apply to his address at Twickenham, everything would be as it had been before, and no reproaches need be apprehended. The unexpected consequences of this notification suggested to the dismayed Mr. Meagles for the first time that some hundreds of young persons must be leaving their homes without reflection every day, for shoals of wrong young people came down to Twickenham, who, not finding themselves received with enthusiasm, generally demanded compensation by way of damages, in addition to coach hire there and back. Nor were these the only uninvited clients whom the advertisement produced. The swarm of begging letter-writers, who would seem to be always watching eagerly for any hook, however small, to hang a letter upon, wrote to say that having seen the advertisement, they were induced to apply with confidence for various sums, ranging from 10 shillings to 50 pounds, not because they knew anything about the young person, but because they felt that to part with those donations would greatly relieve the advertiser's mind. Several projectors, likewise, availed themselves of the same opportunity to correspond with Mr. Meagles, as, for example, to apprise him that their attention having been called to the advertisement by a friend, they begged to state that if they should ever hear anything of the young person, they would not fail to make it known to him immediately, and that in the meantime, if he would oblige them with the funds necessary for bringing to perfection a certain entirely novel description of Pump, the happiest results would ensue to mankind. Mr. Meagles and his family, under these combined discouragements, had begun reluctantly to give up Tattycoram as irrecoverable, when the new and active firm of Doyce and Clennam, in their private capacities, went down on a Saturday to stay at the cottage until Monday. The senior partner took the coach, and the junior partner took his walking-stick. A tranquil summer sunset shone upon him as he approached the end of his walk, and passed through the meadows by the river-side. He had that sense of peace, and of being lightened of a weight of care, which country quiet awakens in the breasts of dwellers in towns. Everything within his view was lovely and placid. The rich foliage of the trees, the luxuriant grass diversified with wild flowers, the little green islands in the river, the beds of rushes, the water-lilies floating on the surface of the stream, the distant voices in boats borne musically towards him on the ripple of the water, and the evening air, were all expressive of rest. In the occasional leap of a fish, or dip of an oar, or twittering of a bird not yet at roost, or distant barking of a dog, or lowing of a cow, in all such sounds there was the prevailing breath of rest, which seemed to encompass him in every scent that sweetened the fragrant air. The long lines of red and gold in the sky, and the glorious track of the descending sun, were all divinely calm. Upon the purple tree-tops far away, and on the green height near at hand, up which the shades were slowly creeping, there was an equal hush. Between the real landscape and its shadow in the water, there was no division. Both were so untroubled and clear, and while so fraught with solemn mystery of life and death, so hopefully reassuring to the gazer's soothed heart, because so tenderly and mercifully beautiful. Clennam had stopped, not for the first time by many times, to look about him and suffer what he saw to sink into his soul, as the shadows, looked at, seemed to sink deeper and deeper into the water. He was slowly resuming his way, when he saw a figure in the path before him which he had perhaps already associated with the evening and its impressions. Minnie was there, alone. She had some roses in her hand, and seemed to have stood still on seeing him, waiting for him. Her face was towards him, and she appeared to have been coming from the opposite direction. There was a flutter in her manner, which Clennam had never seen in it before, and as he came near her, it entered his mind all at once that she was there of a set purpose to speak to him. She gave him her hand and said, "You wonder to see me here by myself, but the evening is so lovely, I have strolled farther than I meant at first. I thought it likely I might meet you, and that made me more confident. You always come this way, do you not?" As Clennam said that it was his favourite way, he felt her hand falter on his arm, and saw the roses shake. "Will you let me give you one, Mr. Clennam? I gathered them as I came out of the garden. Indeed, I almost gathered them for you, thinking it so likely I might meet you. Mr. Doyce arrived more than an hour ago, and told us you were walking down." His own hand shook, as he accepted a rose or two from hers, and thanked her. They were now by an avenue of trees. Whether they turned into it on his movement or on hers matters little. He never knew how that was. "It is very grave here," said Clennam, "but very pleasant at this hour. Passing along this deep shade, and out at that arch of light at the other end, we come upon the ferry and the cottage by the best approach, I think." In her simple garden hat, and her light summer dress, which her rich brown hair naturally clustered about her, and her wonderful eyes raised to his for a moment with a look in which regard for him and trustfulness in him were strikingly blended with a kind of timid sorrow for him, she was so beautiful that it was well for his peace, or ill for his peace, he did not quite know which, that he had made that vigorous resolution he had so often thought about. She broke a momentary silence by inquiring if he knew that Papa had been thinking of another tour abroad. He said he had heard it mentioned. She broke another momentary silence by adding, with some hesitation, that Papa had abandoned the idea. At this, he thought directly, "They are to be married." "Mr. Clennam," she said, hesitating more timidly yet, and speaking so low that he bent his head to hear her, "I should very much like to give you my confidence, if you would not mind having the goodness to receive it. I should have very much liked to have given it to you long ago, because I felt that you were becoming so much our friend. How can I be otherwise than proud of it at any time? Pray give it to me. Pray trust me." "I could never have been afraid of trusting you," she returned, raising her eyes frankly to his face. "I think I would have done so some time ago if I had known how, but I scarcely know how even now." "Mr. Gowan," said Arthur Clennam, "has reason to be very happy. God bless his wife and him." She wept, as she tried to thank him. He reassured her, took her hand as it lay with the trembling roses in it on his arm, took the remaining roses from it, and put it to his lips. At that time, it seemed to him he first finally resigned the dying hope that had flickered in nobody's heart so much to its pain and trouble. And from that time he became in his own eyes, as to any similar hope or prospect, a very much older man who had done with that part of life. He put the roses in his breast, and they walked on for a little while, slowly and silently, under the umbrageous trees. Then he asked her, in a voice of cheerful kindness, was there anything else that she would say to him as her friend and her father's friend, many years older than herself? Was there any trust she would repose in him, any service she would ask of him, any little aid to her happiness that she could give him the lasting gratification of believing it was in his power to render? She was going to answer, when she was so touched by some little hidden sorrow or sympathy. What could it have been? That she said, bursting into tears again, "Oh, Mr. Clennam! Good, generous Mr. Clennam! Pray tell me you do not blame me." "I blame you?" said Clennam. "My dearest girl, I blame you? No." After clasping both her hands upon his arm, and looking confidentially up into his face, with some hurried words to the effect that she thanked him from her heart, as she did, if it be the source of earnestness, she gradually composed herself, with now and then a word of encouragement from him, as they walked on slowly and almost silently under the darkening trees. "And now, Minnie Gowan," at length said Clennam, smiling, "will you ask me nothing?" "Oh, I have very much to ask of you." "That's well, I hope so. I am not disappointed." "You know how I am loved at home, and how I love home. You can hardly think it, perhaps, dear Mr. Clennam," she spoke with great agitation, "seeing me going from it of my own free will and choice, but I do so dearly love it." "I am sure of that," said Clennam. "Can you suppose I doubt it?" "No, no, but it is strange, even to me, that loving it so much and being so much beloved in it, I can bear to cast it away. It seems so neglectful of it, so unthankful." "My dear girl," said Clennam, "it is in the natural progress and change of time. All homes are left so." "Yes, I know, but all homes are not left with such a blank in them as there will be in mine when I am gone. Not that there is any scarcity of far better and more endearing and more accomplished girls than I am. Not that I am much, but that they have made so much of me." Pet's affectionate heart was overcharged, and she sobbed while she pictured what would happen. "I know what a change papa will feel at first, and I know that at first I cannot be to him anything like what I have been these many years. And it is then, Mr. Clennam, then more than at any time, that I beg and entreat you to remember him, and sometimes to keep him company when you can spare a little while, and to tell him that you know I was fonder of him when I left him than I ever was in all my life. There is nobody, he told me so himself when he talked to me this very day, there is nobody he likes so well as you, or trusts so much." A clue to what had passed between the father and daughter dropped like a heavy stone into the well of Clennam's heart, and swelled the water to his eyes. He said, cheerily, but not quite so cheerily as he tried to say, that it should be done, that he gave her his faithful promise. "If I do not speak of mamma," said Pet, more moved by, and more pretty in her innocent grief than Clennam could trust himself even to consider, for which reason he counted the trees between them and the fading light as they slowly diminished in number, "it is because mamma will understand me better in this action, and will feel my loss in a different way, and will look forward in a different manner. But you know what a dear, devoted mother she is, and you will remember her too, will you not?" "Let Minnie trust him," Clennam said. "Let Minnie trust him to do all she wished." "And, dear Mr. Clennam," said Minnie, "because papa and one whom I need not name do not fully appreciate and understand one another yet, as they will by and by, and because it will be the duty and the pride and pleasure of my new life to draw them to a better knowledge of one another, and to be a happiness to one another, and to be proud of one another, and to love one another, both loving me so dearly, oh, as you are a kind, true man, when I am first separated from home, I am going a long distance away, try to reconcile papa to him a little more, and use your great influence to keep him before papa's mind free from prejudice and in his real form. Will you do this for me, as you are a noble-hearted friend?" Poor pet! Self-deceived, mistaken child! When were such changes ever made in men's natural relations to one another? When was such reconcilement of ingrained differences ever effected? It has been tried many times by other daughters, Minnie. It has never succeeded. Nothing has ever come of it but failure. So Clennam thought. So he did not say. It was too late. He bound himself to do all she asked, and she knew full well that he would do it. They were now at the last tree in the avenue. She stopped, and withdrew her arm. Speaking to him with her eyes lifted up to his, and with the hand that had lately rested on his sleeve trembling by touching one of the roses in his breast as an additional appeal to him, she said, "Dear Mr. Clennam, in my happiness, for I am happy, though you have seen me crying, I cannot bear to leave any cloud between us. If you have anything to forgive me, not anything that I have wilfully done, but any trouble I may have caused you without meaning it, or having it in my power to help it, forgive me to-night out of your noble heart." He stooped to meet the guileless face that met his without shrinking. He kissed it, and answered. Heaven knew that he had nothing to forgive. As he stooped to meet the innocent face once again, she whispered, "Good-bye," and he repeated it. It was taking leave of all his old hopes, all nobody's old restless doubts. They came out of the avenue next moment, arm in arm, as they had entered it, and the trees seemed to close up behind them in the darkness, like their own perspective of the past. The voices of Mr. and Mrs. Meagles and Joyce were audible directly, speaking near the garden gate. Hearing Pet's name among them, Clennam called out, "She is here, with me." There was some little wondering and laughing until they came up, but as soon as they had all come together, it ceased, and Pet glided away. Mr. Meagles, Joyce, and Clennam, without speaking, walked up and down on the brink of the river, in the light of the rising moon, for a few minutes. And then Joyce lingered behind, and went into the house. Mr. Meagles and Clennam walked up and down together for a few minutes more without speaking, until at length the former broke silence. "Arthur," said he, using that familiar address for the first time in their communication, "do you remember my telling you, as we walked up and down one hot morning, looking over the harbour at Marseilles, that Pet's baby sister who was dead seemed to mother, and to me to have grown as she had grown, and changed as she had changed? Very well. You remember my saying that our thoughts had never been able to separate those twin sisters, and that, in our fancy, whatever Pet was, the other was? Yes, very well. Arthur," said Mr. Meagles, much subdued, "I carry that fancy further to-night. I feel to-night, my dear fellow, as if you had loved my dead child very tenderly, and had lost her when she was like what Pet is now." "Thank you," murmured Clennam. "Thank you," and pressed his hand. "Will you come in?" said Mr. Meagles presently. "In a little while." Mr. Meagles fell away, and he was left alone. When he had walked on the river's brink in the peaceful moonlight for some half an hour, he put his hand in his breast and tenderly took out the handful of roses. Perhaps he put them to his heart, perhaps he put them to his lips, but certainly he bent down on the shore and gently launched them on the flowing river. Pale and unreal in the moonlight, the river floated them away. The lights were bright within doors when he entered, and the faces on which they shone, his own face not excepted, were soon quietly cheerful. They talked of many subjects. His partner never had had such a ready store to draw upon for the beguiling of the time, and so to bed, and to sleep; while the flowers, pale and unreal in the moonlight, floated away upon the river, and thus do greater things that once were in our breasts and near our hearts, flow from us to the eternal seas. End of chapter the 28th, Book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 29th, Book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the First, Chapter the 29th. Mrs. Flintwinch goes on dreaming. The house in the city preserved its heavy dullness through all these transactions, and the invalid within it turned the same unvarying round of life. Morning, noon, and night, each recurring with its accompanying monotony, always the same reluctant return of the same sequences of machinery, like a dragging piece of clockwork. The wheeled chair had its associated remembrances and reveries, one may suppose, as every place that is made the station of a human being has. Pictures of demolished streets and altered houses, as they formerly were when the occupant of the chair was familiar with them, images of people as they used to be, with little or no allowance made for the lapse of time since they were seen. Of these, there must have been many in the long routine of gloomy days. To stop the clock of busy existence at the hour when we were personally sequestered from it, to suppose mankind stricken motionless when we were brought to a standstill, to be unable to measure the changes beyond our view by any larger standard than the shrunken one of our own uniform and contracted existence, is the infirmity of many invalids, and the mental unhealthiness of almost all recluses. What scenes and actors the stern woman most reviewed, as she sat from season to season in her one dark room, none knew but herself. Mr. Flintwinch, with his wry presence brought to bear upon her daily like some eccentric mechanical force, would perhaps have screwed it out of her, if there had been less resistance in her, but she was too strong for him. So far as Mistress Affery was concerned, to regard her liege lord and her disabled mistress with a face of blank wonder, to go about the house after dark with her apron over her head, always to listen for the strange noises and sometimes to hear them, and never to emerge from her ghostly, dreamy, sleep-waking state, was occupation enough for her. There was a fair stroke of business doing, as Mistress Affery made out, for her husband had abundant occupation in his little office, and saw more people that had been used to come there for some years. This might easily be, the house having been long deserted. But he did receive letters and comers, and keep books, and correspond. Moreover, he went about to other counting-houses, and to wharves and docks, and to the custom-house, and to Garraway's coffee-house, and the Jerusalem coffee-house, and on 'change, so that he was much in and out. He began, too, sometimes of an evening, when Mrs. Clennam expressed no particular wish for his society, to resort to a tavern in the neighbourhood to look at the shipping news and closing prices in the evening paper, and even to exchange small socialities with mercantile sea captains who frequented that establishment. At some period of every day, he and Mrs. Clennam held a council on matters of business, and it appeared to Affery, who was always groping about, listening and watching, that the two clever ones were making money. The state of mind into which Mr. Flintwinch's dazed lady had fallen had now begun to be so expressed in all her looks and actions that she was held in very low account by the two clever ones as a person, never of strong intellect, who was becoming foolish. Perhaps because her appearance was not of a commercial cast, or perhaps because it occurred to him that his having taken her to wife might expose his judgment to doubt in the minds of customers, Mr. Flintwinch laid his commands upon her that she should hold her peace on the subject of her conjugal relations, and should no longer call him Jeremiah out of the domestic trio. Her frequent forgetfulness of this admonition intensified her startled manner, since Mr. Flintwinch's habit of avenging himself on her remissness by making springs after her on the staircase, and shaking her, occasioned her to be always nervously uncertain when she might be thus waylaid next. Little Dorrit had finished a long day's work in Mrs. Clennam's room, and was neatly gathering up her shreds and odds and ends before going home. Mr. Panks, whom Affery had just shown in, was addressing an inquiry to Mrs. Clennam on the subject of her health, coupled with the remark that, happening to find himself in that direction, he had looked in to inquire, on behalf of his proprietor, how she found herself. Mrs. Clennam, with a deep contraction of her brows, was looking at him. "Mr. Casby knows," said she, "that I am not subject to changes. The change that I await here is the great change." "Indeed, ma'am," returned Mr. Panks, with a wondering eye towards the figure of the little seamstress on her knee, picking threads and fraying off her work from the carpet. "You look nicely, ma'am." "I bear what I have to bear," she answered. "Do you what you have to do." "Thank you, ma'am," said Mr. Panks. "Such is my endeavour." "You are often in this direction, are you not?" asked Mrs. Clennam. "Why, yes, ma'am," said Panks. "Rather so lately. I have lately been round this way a good deal, owing to one thing and another." "Beg Mr. Casby and his daughter not to trouble themselves by deputy about me. When they wish to see me, they know I am here to see them. They have no need to trouble themselves to send. You have no need to trouble yourself to come." "Not the least trouble, ma'am," said Mr. Panks. "You really are looking uncommonly nicely, ma'am." "Thank you. Good evening." The dismissal and its accompanying finger pointed straight at the door was so curt and direct that Mr. Panks did not see his way to prolong his visit. He stirred up his hair with his sprightliest expression, glanced at the little figure again, said, "Good evening, ma'am. Don't come down, Mrs. Affery, I know the road to the door," and steamed out. Mrs. Clennam, her chin resting on her hand, followed him with attentive and darkly distrustful eyes, and Affery stood looking at her as if she were spellbound. Slowly and thoughtfully Mrs. Clennam's eyes turned from the door by which Panks had gone out, to little Dorrit, rising from the carpet. With her chin drooping more heavily on her hand, and her eyes vigilant and lowering, the sick woman sat looking at her until she attracted her attention. Little Dorrit coloured under such a gaze and looked down. Mrs. Clennam still sat intent. "Little Dorrit," she said, when she at last broke silence, "what do you know of that man?" "I don't know anything of him, ma'am, except that I have seen him about, and that he has spoken to me." "What has he said to you?" "I don't understand what he has said. He's so strange, but nothing rough or disagreeable." "Why does he come here to see you?" "I don't know, ma'am," said little Dorrit with perfect frankness. "You know that he does come here to see you." "I have fancied so," said little Dorrit. "But why he should come here or anywhere for that, ma'am, I can't think." Mrs. Clennam cast her eyes towards the ground, and with her strong, set face as intent upon a subject in her mind as it had lately been upon the form that seemed to pass out of her view, sat absorbed. Some minutes elapsed before she came out of this thoughtfulness and resumed her hard composure. Little Dorrit in the meanwhile had been waiting to go, but afraid to disturb her by moving. She now ventured to leave the spot where she had been standing since she had risen, and to pass gently round by the wheeled chair. She stopped at its side to say, "Good night, ma'am." Mrs. Clennam put out her hand, and laid it on her arm. Little Dorrit, confused under the touch, stood faltering. Perhaps some momentary recollection of the story of the princess may have been in her mind. "Tell me, little Dorrit," said Mrs. Clennam, "have you many friends now?" "Very few, ma'am. Besides you, only Miss Flora and one more." "Meaning?" said Mrs. Clennam, with her unbent finger again pointing to the door. "That man?" "Oh, no, ma'am." "Some friend of his, perhaps?" "No, ma'am." Little Dorrit earnestly shook her head. "Oh, no, no one at all like him or belonging to him." "Well," said Mrs. Clennam, almost smiling, "it is no affair of mine. I ask because I take an interest in you, and because I believe I was your friend when you had no other who could serve you. Is that so?" "Yes, ma'am, indeed it is. I have been here many a time when, but for you and the work you gave me, we should have wanted everything." "We?" repeated Mrs. Clennam, looking towards the watch, once her dead husband's, which always lay upon her table. "Are there many of you?" "Only father and I now. I mean, only father and I to keep regularly out of what we get." "Have you undergone many privations? You and your father, and who else there may be of you?" asked Mrs. Clennam, speaking deliberately, and meditatively turning the watch over and over. "Sometimes it has been rather hard to live. said Little Dorrit, in her soft voice and timid uncomplaining way. "But I think not harder, as to that, than many people find it." "That's well said." Mrs. Clennam quickly returned. "That's the truth. You are a good, thoughtful girl. You are a grateful girl, too, or I much mistake you." "It is only natural to be that. There is no merit in being that," said Little Dorrit. "I am indeed." Mrs. Clennam, with a gentleness of which the dreaming Affery had never dreamed her to be capable, drew down the face of her little seamstress, and kissed her on the forehead. "Now go, Little Dorrit," said she, "or you will be late, poor child." In all the dreams Mistress Affery had been piling up since she first became devoted to the pursuit, she had dreamed nothing more astonishing than this. Her head ached with the idea that she would find the other clever one kissing Little Dorrit next, and then the two clever ones embracing each other and dissolving into tears of tenderness for all mankind. The idea quite stunned her, as she attended the light footsteps down the stairs, that the house door might be safely shut. On opening it to let Little Dorrit out, she found Mr. Banks, instead of having gone his way, as in any less wonderful place and among less wonderful phenomena he might have been reasonably expected to do, fluttering up and down the court outside the house. The moment he saw Little Dorrit, he basked her briskly, said with his finger to his nose, as Mrs. Affery distinctly heard, "Banks the gipsy, fortune-telling," and went away. "Lord save us! Here's a gipsy and a fortune-teller in it now!" cried Mistress Affery. "What next?" She stood at the open door, staggering herself with this enigma, on a rainy, thundery evening. The clouds were flying fast, and the wind was coming up in gusts, banging some neighbouring shutters that had broken loose, twirling the rusty chimney cowls and weathercocks, and rushing round and round a confined adjacent churchyard, as if it had a mind to blow the dead citizens out of their graves. The low thunder, muttering in all quarters of the sky at once, seemed to threaten vengeance for this attempted desecration, and to mutter, "Let them rest! Let them rest!" Mistress Affery, whose fear of thunder and lightning was only to be equalled by her dread of the haunted house, with a premature and preternatural darkness in it, stood undecided whether to go in or not, until the question was settled for her by the door blowing upon her in a violent gust of wind and shutting her out. "What's to be done now? What's to be done now?" cried Mistress Affery, wringing her hands in this last uneasy dream of all. "When she's all alone by herself inside, and can no more come down to open it than the churchyard dead themselves." In this dilemma, Mistress Affery, with her apron as a hood to keep the rain off, ran crying up and down the solitary paved enclosure several times. Why she should then stoop down and look in at the keyhole of the door as if an eye would open it, it would be difficult to say, but it is none the less what most people would have done in the same situation, and it is what she did. From this posture she started up suddenly with a half scream, feeling something on her shoulder. It was the touch of a hand, of a man's hand. The man was dressed like a traveller, in a foraging cap, with fur about it, and a heap of cloak. He looked like a foreigner. He had a quantity of hair and moustache, jet black, except at the shaggy ends, where it had a tinge of red, and a high hook nose. He laughed at Mistress Affery's start and cry, and as he laughed, his moustache went up under his nose, and his nose came down over his moustache. "What's the matter?" he asked in plain English. "What are you frightened at?" "At you," panted Affery. "Me, madam?" "And the dismal evening, and everything," said Affery. "And here, the wind has been and blown the door to, and I can't get in." "Ha!" said the gentleman, who took that very coolly. "Indeed! Do you know such a name as Clennam about here?" "Lord bless us, I should think I did, I should think I did," cried Affery, exasperating into a new wringing of hands by the inquiry. "Where about here?" "Where?" cried Affery, goaded into another inspection of the keyhole. "Where but here in this house?
and she's all alone in her room, and lost the use of her limbs, and can't stir to help herself or me, and the other clever ones out, and Lord forgive me!" cried Affery, driven into a frantic dance by these accumulated considerations, "if I ain't a-going headlong out of my mind." Taking a warmer view of the matter now that it concerned himself, the gentleman stepped back to glance at the house, and his eyes soon rested on the long narrow window of the little room near the hall door. "Where may the lady be who has lost the use of her limbs, madam?" he inquired, with that peculiar smile which Mistress Affery could not choose but keep her eyes upon.
"Up there," said Affery. "Them two windows."
"Ha! I am of a fair size, but could not have the honour of presenting myself in that room without a ladder. Now, madam, frankness is a part of my character. Shall I open the door for you?"
"Yes, bless you, sir, for a dear creature, and do it at once," cried Affery, "for she may be a-calling to me at this very present minute, or may be setting herself afire and burning herself to death, or there is no knowing what may be happening to her, and me a-going out of my mind at thinking of it."
"Stay, my good madam." He restrained her impatience with a smooth white hand. "Business hours, I apprehend, are over for the day."
"Yes, yes, yes," cried Affery, "long ago."
"Let me make then a fair proposal. Fairness is a part of my character. I am just landed from the packet boat, as you may see." He showed her that his cloak was very wet, and that his boots were saturated with water. She had previously observed that he was dishevelled and sallow, as if from a rough voyage, and so chilled that he could not keep his teeth from chattering. "I am just landed from the packet boat, madam, and have been delayed by the weather, the infernal weather. In consequence of this, madam, some necessary business that I should otherwise have transacted here within the regular hours, necessary business because money business, still remains to be done. Now, if you will fetch any authorized neighbouring somebody to do it in return for my opening the door, I'll open the door. If this arrangement should be objectionable, I'll—" And with the same smile he made a significant feint of backing away. Mistress Affery, heartily glad to effect the proposed compromise, gave in her willing adhesion to it. The gentleman at once requested her to do him the favour of holding his cloak, took a short run at the narrow window, made a leap at the sill, clung his way up the bricks, and in a moment had his hand at the sash, raising it. His eyes looked so very sinister as he put his leg into the room and glanced round at Mistress Affery, that she thought with a sudden coldness, if he were to go straight upstairs to murder the invalid, what could she do to prevent him? Happily he had no such purpose, for he reappeared in a moment at the house door. "Now, my dear madam," he said, as he took back his cloak and threw it on, "if you have the goodness to— what the devil's that?" Strangest of sounds, evidently close at hand from the peculiar shock it communicated to the air, yet subdued as if it were far off. A tremble, a rumble, and a fall of some light dry matter. "What the devil is it?"
"I don't know what it is, but I've heard the like of it over and over again," said Affery, who had caught his arm. He could hardly be a very brave man, even she thought in her dreamy start and fright, for his trembling lips had turned colourless. After listening a few moments, he made light of it. "Bah! Nothing. Now, my dear madam, I think you spoke of some clever personage. Will you be so good as to confront me with that genius?" He held the door in his hand, as though he were quite ready to shut her out again if she failed. "Don't you say anything about the door and me, then," whispered Affery. "Not a word." "And don't you stir from here, or speak if she calls, while I run round the corner." "Madam, I am a statue." Affery had so vivid a fear of his going stealthily upstairs the moment her back was turned, that after hurrying out of sight, she returned to the gateway to peep at him. Seeing him still on the threshold, more out of the house than in it, as if he had no love for darkness and no desire to probe its mysteries, she flew into the next street, and sent a message into the tavern to Mr. Flintwinch, who came out directly. The two returning together, the lady in advance and Mr. Flintwinch coming up briskly behind, animated the hope of shaking her before she could get housed. saw the gentleman standing in the same place in the dark, and heard the strong voice of Mrs. Clennam calling from her room, "Who is it? What is it? Why does no one answer? Who is that down there?"
End of chapter the 29th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 30th, book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens, book the 1st, chapter the 30th. The Word of a Gentleman. When Mr. and Mrs. Flintwinch panted up to the door of the old house in the twilight, Jeremiah within a second of Affery, the stranger started back. "Death on my soul!" he exclaimed. "Why, how did you get here?" Mr. Flintwinch, to whom these words were spoken, repaid the stranger's wonder in full. He gazed at him with blank astonishment. He looked over his own shoulder, as expecting to see someone he had not been aware of standing behind him. He gazed at the stranger again, speechlessly, at a loss to know what he meant. He looked to his wife for explanation. Receiving none, he pounced upon her, and shook her with such heartiness that he shook her cap off her head, saying between his teeth, with grim raillery as he did it, "Affery, my woman, you must have a dose, my woman. This is some of your tricks. You have been dreaming again, mistress. What's it about? Who is it? What does it mean? Speak out or be choked. It's the only choice I'll give you."
Supposing Mistress Affery to have any power of election at the moment, her choice was decidedly to be choked, for she answered not a syllable to this adjuration, but with her bare head wagging violently backwards and forwards, resigned herself to her punishment. The stranger, however, picking up her cap with an air of gallantry, interposed. "Permit me," said he, laying his hand on the shoulder of Jeremiah, who stopped and released his victim. "Thank you. Excuse me. Husband and wife, I know, from this playfulness, ha! Always agreeable to see that relation playfully maintained. Listen, may I suggest that somebody upstairs in the dark is becoming energetically curious to know what is going on here?" This reference to Mrs. Clennam's voice reminded Mr. Flintwinch to step into the hall and call up the staircase. "It's all right. I am here. Affery is coming with your light." Then he said to the latter flustered woman, who was putting her cap on, "Get out with you and get upstairs," and then turned to the stranger and said to him, "Now, sir, what might you please to want?" "I am afraid," said the stranger, "I must be so troublesome as to propose a candle." "True," assented Jeremiah. "I was going to do so. Please to stand where you are while I get one." The visitor was standing in the doorway, but turned a little into the gloom of the house as Mr. Flintwinch turned, and pursued him with his eyes into the little room, where he groped about for a phosphorus box. When he found it, it was damp or otherwise out of order, and match after match that he struck into it lighted sufficiently to throw a dull glare about his groping face, and to sprinkle his hands with pale little spots of fire, but not sufficiently to light the candle. The stranger, taking advantage of this fitful illumination of his visage, looked intently and wonderingly at him. Jeremiah, when he at last lighted the candle, knew he had been doing this by seeing the last shade of a lowering watchfulness clear away from his face, as it broke into the doubtful smile that was a large ingredient in its expression. "Be so good," said Jeremiah, closing the house door, and taking a pretty sharp survey of the smiling visitor in his turn, "as to step into my counting-house. It's all right, I tell you," petulantly breaking off to answer the voice upstairs, still unsatisfied, though Affery was there, speaking in persuasive tones. "Don't I tell you it's all right? Preserve the woman! Has she no reason at all in her?" "Timorous," remarked the stranger. "Timorous?" said Mr. Flintwinch, turning his head to retort, as he went before with the candle. "More courageous than 90 men in 100, sir, let me tell you." "Though an invalid?" "Many years an invalid. Mrs. Clennam,
The only one of that name left in the house now. My partner." Saying something apologetically as he crossed the hall, to the effect that at that time of night they were not in the habit of receiving any one, and were always shut up, Mr. Flintwinch led the way into his own office, which presented a sufficiently business-like appearance. Here he put the light on his desk, and said to the stranger, with his wryest twist upon him, "Your commands." "My name is Blondois." "Blondois? I don't know it," said Jeremiah. "I thought it possible," resumed the other, "that you might have been advised from Paris." "We have had no advice from Paris respecting anybody of the name of Blondois," said Jeremiah. "No?" "No." Jeremiah stood in his favourite attitude. The smiling Mr. Blondois, opening his cloak to get his hand to a breast pocket, paused to say, with a laugh in his glittering eyes, which it occurred to Mr. Flintwinch were too near together, "You are so like a friend of mine, not so identically the same as I supposed, and I really did for the moment take you to be the same in the dusk, for which I ought to apologize. Permit me to do so. A readiness to confess my error is, I hope, a part of the frankness of my character, still, however, uncommonly like." "Indeed?" said Jeremiah perversely. "But I have not received any letter of advice from anywhere respecting anybody of the name of Blondois." "Just so," said the stranger. "Just so," said Jeremiah. Mr. Blondois, not at all put out by this omission on the part of the correspondence from the house of Clenham and Company, took his pocket-book from his breast-pocket, selected a letter from that receptacle, and handed it to Mr. Flintwinch. "No doubt you are well acquainted with the writing. Perhaps the letter speaks for itself, and requires no advice. You are a far more competent judge of such affairs than I am. It is my misfortune to be, not so much a man of business, as what the world calls, arbitrarily, a gentleman." Mr. Flintwinch took the letter, and read, under date of Paris, "We have to present to you, on behalf of a highly esteemed correspondent of our firm, Mr. Blondois of this city, etc., etc., such facilities as he may require and such attentions as may lie in your power, etc., etc. Also have to add that if you will honour Mr. Blondois' drafts at sight to the extent of, say, £50 sterling, etc., etc." "Very good, sir," said Mr. Flintwinch. "Take a chair. To the extent of anything that our house can do, we are in a retired, old-fashioned, steady way of business, sir. We shall be happy to render you our best assistance. I observe, from the date of this, that we could not yet be advised of it. Probably you came over with the delayed mail that brings the advice." "That I came over with the delayed mail, sir," returned Mr. Blondois, passing his white hand down his high hooked nose. "I know to the cost of my head and stomach, the detestable and intolerable weather having racked them both. You see me in the plight in which I came out of the packet within this half-hour. I ought to have been here hours ago, and then I should not have to apologize. Permit me to apologize for presenting myself so unreasonably and frightening— no, by the by, you said not frightening. Permit me to apologize again— the esteemed lady, Mrs. Clenham, in her invalid chamber above stairs." Swagger and an air of authorized condescension do so much that Mr. Flintwinch had already begun to think this a highly gentlemanly personage. Not the less unyielding with him on that account, he scraped his chin and said, what could he have the honour of doing for Mr. Blondois to-night, out of business hours? "Faith," returned that gentleman, shrugging his cloaked shoulders, "I must change and eat and drink and be lodged somewhere. Have the kindness to advise me, a total stranger, where, and money is a matter of perfect indifference until to-morrow. The nearer the place, the better. Next door, if that's all." Mr. Flintwinch was slowly beginning. "For a gentleman of your habits, there is not in this immediate neighbourhood any hotel," when Mr. Blondois took him up. "So much for my habits, my dear sir," snapping his fingers. "A citizen of the world has no habits. That I am in my poor way a gentleman, by heaven, I will not deny, but I have no unaccommodating prejudiced habits. A clean room, a hot dish for dinner, and a bottle of not absolutely poisonous wine are all I want tonight, but I want that much without the trouble of going one unnecessary inch to get it." "There is," said Mr. Flintwinch with more than his usual deliberation, as he met for a moment Mr. Blandois' shining eyes, which were restless, "there is a coffee-house and tavern close here, which so far I can recommend, but there's no style about it." "I dispense with style," said Mr. Blandois, waving his hand. "Do me the honour to show me the house and introduce me there, if I am not too troublesome, and I shall be infinitely obliged." Mr. Flintwinch, upon this, looked up his hat, and lighted Mr. Blandois across the hall again. As he put the candle on a bracket, where the dark old panelling almost served as an extinguisher for it, he bethought himself of going up to tell the invalid that he would not be absent 5 minutes. "Oblige me," said the visitor on his saying so, "by presenting my card of visit. Do me the favour to add that I shall be happy to wait on Mrs. Clennam, to offer my personal compliments, and to apologize for having occasioned any agitation in this tranquil corner, if it should suit her convenience to endure the presence of a stranger for a few minutes, after he shall have changed his wet clothes and fortified himself with something to eat and drink." Jeremiah made all dispatch, and said on his return, "She'll be glad to see you, sir, but being conscious that her sick room has no attractions, wishes me to say that she won't hold you to your offer, in case you should think better of it." "To think better of it," returned the gallant Blandois, "would be to slight a lady. To slight a lady would be to be deficient in chivalry towards the sex, and chivalry towards the sex is a part of my character." Thus expressing himself, he threw the draggled skirt of his cloak over his shoulder, and accompanied Mr. Flintwinch to the tavern, taking up on the road a porter who was waiting with his portmanteau on the outer side of the gateway. The house was kept in a homely manner, and the condescension of Mr. Blandois was infinite. It seemed to fill to inconvenience the little bar in which the widow landlady and her 2 daughters received him. It was much too big for the narrow wainscoted room with a bagatelle board in it, that was first proposed for his reception. It perfectly swamped the little private holiday sitting-room of the family, which was finally given up to him. Here, in dry clothes and scented linen, with sleeked hair, a great ring on each forefinger, and a massive show of watch-chain, Mr. Blandois, waiting for his dinner, lolling on a window-seat with his knees drawn up, looked, for all the difference in the setting of the jewel, fearfully and wonderfully like a certain Monsieur Rigaud, who had once so waited for his breakfast, lying on the stone ledge of the iron grating of a cell in a villainous dungeon at Marseilles. His greed at dinner, too, was closely in keeping with the greed of Monsieur Rigaud at breakfast. His avaricious manner of collecting all the eatables about him, and devouring some with his eyes while devouring others with his jaws, was the same manner. His utter disregard of other people, as shown in his way of tossing the little womanly toys of furniture about, flinging favourite cushions under his boots for a softer rest, and crushing delicate coverings with his big body and his great black head, had the same brute selfishness at the bottom of it. The softly moving hands that were so busy among the dishes had the old wicked facility of the hands that had clung to the bars, and when he could eat no more, and sat sucking his delicate fingers one by one and wiping them on a cloth, there wanted nothing but the substitution of vine leaves to finish the picture. On this man, with his moustache going up and his nose coming down in that most evil of smiles, and with his surface eyes looking as if they belonged to his dyed hair, and had had their natural power of reflecting light stopped by some similar process, nature, always true, and never working in vain, had set the mark, "Beware." It was not her fault, if the warning were fruitless. She is never to blame in any such instance. Mr. Blandois, having finished his repast and cleaned his fingers, took a cigar from his pocket, and lying on the window-seat again, smoked it out at his leisure, occasionally apostrophizing the smoke as it parted from his thin lips in a thin stream. "Blandois, you shall turn the tables on society, my little child, ha! Holy Blue, you have begun well, Blandois. At a pinch, an excellent master in English or French. a man for the bosom of families. You have a quick perception, you have humour, you have ease, you have insinuating manners, you have a good appearance. In effect, you are a gentleman. A gentleman you shall live, my small boy, and a gentleman you shall die. You shall win, however the game goes. They shall all confess your merit, Blandois. You shall subdue the society which has grievously wronged you, to your own high spirit. Death of my soul! You are high-spirited by right and by nature, my Blandois. To such soothing murmurs did this gentleman smoke out his cigar and drink out his bottle of wine. Both being finished, he shook himself into a sitting attitude, and with the concluding serious apostrophe, "Hold then, Blandois, you ingenious one, have all your wits about you," arose and went back to the house of Clennam and Company. He was received at the door by Mistress Affery, who, under instructions from her lord, had lighted up 2 candles in the hall and a 3rd on the staircase, and who conducted him to Mrs. Clennam's room. Tea was prepared there, and such little company arrangements had been made as usually attended the reception of expected visitors. They were slight on the greatest occasion, never extending beyond the production of the China tea service, and the covering of the bed with a sober and sad drapery. For the rest, there was the bier-like sofa with the block upon it, and the figure in the widow's dress, as if attired for execution. The fire topped by the mound of damped ashes, the grate with its second little mound of ashes, the kettle and the smell of black dye, all as they had been for 15 years. Mr. Flintwinch presented the gentleman commended to the consideration of Clennam and Company. Mrs. Clennam, who had the letter lying before her, bent her head and requested him to sit. They looked very closely at one another. That was but natural curiosity.
"I thank you, sir, for thinking of a disabled woman like me. Few who come here on business have any remembrance to bestow on one so removed from observation. It would be idle to expect that they should have. Out of sight, out of mind. While I am grateful for the exception, I don't complain of the rule."
Mr. Blandois, in his most gentlemanly manner, was afraid he had disturbed her by unhappily presenting himself at such an unconscionable time, for which he had already offered his best apologies to Mr. He begged pardon, but by name had not the distinguished honour. "Mr. Flintwinch has been connected with the house many years." Mr. Blandois was Mr. Flintwinch's most obedient humble servant. He entreated Mr. Flintwinch to receive the assurance of his profoundest consideration. "My husband being dead," said Mrs. Clennam, "and my son preferring another pursuit, our old house has no other representative in these days than Mr. Flintwinch." "What do you call yourself?" was the surly demand of that gentleman. "You have the head of 2 men." "My sex disqualifies me," she proceeded with merely a slight turn of her eyes in Jeremiah's direction, "from taking a responsible part in the business, even if I had the ability. And therefore Mr. Flintwinch combines my interest with his own, and conducts it. It is not what it used to be, but some of our old friends, principally the writers of this letter, have the kindness not to forget us, and we retain the power of doing what they entrust to us as efficiently as we ever did. This, however, is not interesting to you. You are English, sir?" "Faith, madam, no. I am neither born nor bred in England. In effect, I am of no country," said Mr. Blandois, stretching out his leg and smiting it. "I descend from 6 countries." "You have been much about the world?" "It is true. By heaven, madam, I have been here and there and everywhere." "You have no ties, probably. Are you not married?" "Madam," said Mr. Blandois, with an ugly fall of his eyebrows, "I adore your sex, but I am not married. Never was." Mistress Affery, who stood at the table near him pouring out the tea, happened in her dreamy state to look at him as he said these words, and to fancy that she caught an expression in his eyes which attracted her own eyes so that she could not get them away. The effect of this fancy was to keep her staring at him with the teapot in her hand, not only to her own great uneasiness, but manifestly to his too, and, through them both, to Mrs. Clennam's and Mr. Flintwinch's. Thus a few ghostly moments supervened, when they were all confusedly staring without knowing why.
"Avery,"
her mistress was the first to say,
"what is the matter with you?"
"I don't know,"
said Mistress Avery, with her disengaged left hand extended towards the visitor.
"It ain't me, it's him."
"What does this good woman mean?" cried Mr. Blandois, turning white, hot, and slowly rising with a look of such deadly wrath that it contrasted surprisingly with the slight force of his words. "How is it possible to understand this good creature?" "It's not possible," said Mr. Flintwinch, screwing himself rapidly in that direction. "She don't know what she means. She's an idiot, a wanderer in her mind. She shall have a dose. She shall have such a dose. Get along with you, my woman," he added in her ear. "Get along with you while you know your Avery, and before you're shaken to yeast." Mistress Avery, sensible of the danger in which her identity stood, relinquished the teapot as her husband seized it, put her apron over her head, and in a twinkling vanished. The visitor gradually broke into a smile and sat down again. "You'll excuse her, Mr. Blandois," said Jeremiah, pouring out the tea himself. "She's failing and breaking up. That's what she's about. Do you take sugar, sir?" "Thank you. No tea for me. Pardon my observing it, but that's a very remarkable watch." The tea-table was drawn up near the sofa, with a small interval between it and Mrs. Clennam's own particular table. Mr. Blandois, in his gallantry, had risen to hand that lady her tea. Her dish of toast was already there, and it was in placing the cup conveniently within her reach that the watch, lying before her as it always did, attracted his attention. Mrs. Clennam looked suddenly up at him. "May I be permitted?" "Thank you. A fine old-fashioned watch," he said, taking it in his hand. "Heavy for use, but massive and genuine. I have a partiality for everything genuine. Such as I am genuine myself. Ha! A gentleman's watch with 2 cases in the old fashion. May I remove it from the outer case? Thank you. An old silk watch lining worked with beads. I have often seen these among old Dutch people and Belgians. Quaint things."
"They're old-fashioned too," said Mrs. Clennam. "Very, but this is not so old as the watch, I think."
"I think not." "Extraordinary how they used to complicate these ciphers," remarked Mr. Blandois, glancing up with his own smile again. "Now, is this D.N.F.? It might be almost anything."
"Those are the letters."
Mr. Flintwinch, who had been observantly pausing all this time with a cup of tea in his hand, and his mouth open ready to swallow the contents, began to do so, always entirely filling his mouth before he emptied it at a gulp, and always deliberating again before he refilled it. D.N.F. was some tender, lovely, fascinating fair creature, I make no doubt, observed Mr. Blandois, as he snapped on the case again. "I adore her memory on the assumption. Unfortunately for my peace of mind, I adore but too readily. It may be a vice, it may be a virtue, but adoration of female beauty and merit constitutes 3 parts of my character, madam." Mr. Flintwinch had by this time poured himself out another cup of tea, which he was swallowing in gulps as before, with his eyes directed to the invalid.
"You may be heart-free here, sir," she returned to Mr. Blandois.
"Those letters are not intended, I believe, for the initials of any name." "Of a motto, perhaps," said Mr. Blandois casually. "Of a sentence. They have always stood, as I believe, for 'Do not forget.' And naturally," said Mr. Blandois, replacing the watch and stepping backward to his former chair, "you do not forget." Mr. Flintwinch, finishing his tea, not only took a longer gulp than he had taken yet, but made his succeeding pause under new circumstances. That is to say, with his head thrown back and his cup held still at his lips, while his eyes were still directed at the invalid. She had that force of face, and that concentrated air of collecting her firmness or obstinacy, which represented in her case what would have been gesture and action in another, as she replied with her deliberate strength of speech, "No, sir, I do not forget. To lead a life as monotonous as mine has been during many years is not the way to forget. To lead a life of self-correction is not the way to forget. To be sensible of having, as we all have, every one of us, all the children of Adam, offences to expiate and peace to make, does not justify the desire to forget. Therefore I have long dismissed it, and I neither forget nor wish to forget." Mr. Flintwinch, who had latterly been shaking the sediment at the bottom of his tea-cup round and round, here gulped it down, and putting the cup in the tea-tray, as done with, turned his eyes upon Mr. Blandois as if to ask him what he thought of that. "All expressed, madam," said Mr. Blandois, with his smoothest bow and his white hand on his breast, "by the word naturally, which I am proud to have had sufficient apprehension and appreciation, but without appreciation I could not be Blandois, to employ." "Pardon me, sir," she returned, "if I doubt the likelihood of a gentleman of pleasure and change and politeness, accustomed to court and to be courted." "Oh, madam, by heaven!"
"If I doubt the likelihood of such a character quite comprehendingly what belongs to mine in my circumstances, not to obtrude doctrine upon you," she looked at the rigid pile of hard pale books before her, "for you go your own way, and the consequences are on your own head. I will say this much, that I shape my course by pilots, strictly by proved and tried pilots, under whom I cannot be shipwrecked, cannot be, and that if I were unmindful of the admonition conveyed in those 3 letters, I should not be half as chastened as I am." It was curious how she seized the occasion to argue with some invisible opponent, perhaps with her own better sense, always turning upon herself and her own deception. "If I forgot my ignorances in my life of health and freedom, I might complain of the life to which I am now condemned. I never do. I never have done. If I forgot that this scene, the earth, is expressly meant to be a scene of gloom and hardship and dark trial for the creatures who are made out of its dust, I might have some tenderness for its vanities, but I have no such tenderness. If I did not know that we are, every one, the subject, most justly the subject, of a wrath that must be satisfied, and against which mere actions are nothing, I might repine at the difference between me, imprisoned here, and the people who pass that gateway yonder. But I take it as a grace and favour to be elected to make the satisfaction I am making here, to know what I know for certain here, and to work out what I have worked out here. My affliction might otherwise have had no meaning to me. Hence I would forget, and I do forget nothing. Hence I am contented, and say it is better with me than with millions." As she spoke these words, she put her hand upon the watch, and restored it to the precise spot on her little table which it always occupied. With her touch lingering upon it, she sat for some moments afterwards, looking at it steadily and half defiantly. Mr. Blandois, during this exposition, had been strictly attentive, keeping his eyes fastened on the lady, and thoughtfully stroking his moustache with his 2 hands. Mr. Flintwinch had been a little fidgety, and now struck in. There, said he. "This is quite understood, Mrs. Clennam, and you have spoken piously and well. Mr. Blandois, I suspect, is not of a pious cast." "On the contrary, sir," that gentleman protested, snapping his fingers. "Your pardon. It's a part of my character. I am sensitive, ardent, conscientious, and imaginative. A sensitive, ardent, conscientious, and imaginative man, Mr. Flintwinch, must be that or nothing." There was an inkling of suspicion in Mr. Flintwinch's face, that he might be nothing. As he swaggered out of his chair, it was characteristic of this man, as it is of all men similarly marked, that whatever he did, he overdid, though it were sometimes by only a hair's breadth, and approached to take his leave of Mrs. Clennam. "With what will appear to you the egotism of a sick old woman, sir," she then said, though really through your accidental allusion, I have been led away into the subject of myself and my infirmities. Being so considerate as to visit me, I hope you will be likewise so considerate as to overlook that. Don't compliment me, if you please." For he was evidently going to do it. "Mr. Flintwinch will be happy to render you any service, and I hope your stay in this city may prove agreeable." Mr. Blandois thanked her, and kissed his hand several times. "This is an old room," he remarked, with a sudden sprightliness of manner, looking round when he got near the door. "I have been so interested that I have not observed it, but it's a genuine old room." "It is a genuine old house," said Mrs. Clennam with her frozen smile. "A place of no pretensions, but a piece of antiquity." "Faith," cried the visitor, "if Mr. Flintwinch would do me the favour to take me through the rooms on my way out, he could hardly oblige me more. An old house is a weakness with me. I have many weaknesses, but none greater. I love and study the picturesque in all its varieties. I have been called picturesque myself. It is no merit to be picturesque. I have greater merits, perhaps, but I may be by an accident. Sympathy, sympathy." "I tell you beforehand, Mr. Blandois, that you'll find it very dingy and very bare," said Jeremiah, taking up the candle. "It's not worth your looking at." But Mr. Blandois, smiting him in a friendly manner on the back, only laughed. So the said Blandois kissed his hand again to Mrs. Clennam, and they went out of the room together. "You don't care to go upstairs?" said Jeremiah on the landing. "On the contrary, Mr. Flintwinch, if not tiresome to you, I shall be ravished." Mr. Flintwinch therefore wormed himself up the staircase, and Mr. Blandois followed close. They ascended to the great garret bedroom, which Arthur had occupied on the night of his return. "There, Mr. Blandois," said Jeremiah, showing it. "I hope you may think that worth coming so high to see. I confess I don't." Mr. Blandois being enraptured, they walked through other garrets and passages, and came down the staircase again. By this time Mr. Flintwinch had remarked that he never found the visitor looking at any room, after throwing one quick glance around, but always found the visitor looking at him, Mr. Flintwinch. With this discovery in his thoughts, he turned about on the staircase for another experiment. He met his eyes directly, and on the instant of their fixing one another, the visitor, with that ugly play of nose and moustache, laughed, as he had done at every similar moment since they left Mrs. Clennam's chamber, a diabolically silent laugh. As a much shorter man than the visitor, Mr. Flintwinch was at the physical disadvantage of being thus disagreeably leered at from a height, and as he went first down the staircase, and was usually a step or two lower than the other, this disadvantage was at the time increased. He postponed looking at Mr. Blandois again, until this accidental inequality was removed by their having entered the late Mr. Clennam's room. But, then twisting himself suddenly round upon him, he found his look unchanged. "A most admirable old house," smiled Mr. Blandois. "So mysterious. Do you never hear any haunted noises here?" "Noises?" returned Mr. Flintwinch. "No." "Nor see any devils?" "Not," said Mr. Flintwinch, grimly screwing himself at his questioner. "Not any that introduce themselves under that name and in that capacity. Ha, ha! A portrait here, I see," still looking at Mr. Flintwinch as if he were the portrait. "It's a portrait, sir, as you observe. May I ask the subject, Mr. Flintwinch?" "Mr. Clennam, deceased. Her husband. Former owner of the remarkable watch, perhaps," said the visitor. Mr. Flintwinch, who had cast his eyes towards the portrait, twisted himself about again, and again found himself the subject of the same look and smile. "Yes, Mr. Blandois," he replied tartly, "it was his, and his uncle's before him, and Lord knows who before him. And that's all I can tell you of its pedigree. That's a strongly marked character, Mr. Flintwinch, our friend upstairs." "Yes, sir," said Jeremiah, twisting himself at the visitor again, as he did during the whole of this dialogue,
like some screw machine that fell short of its grip, for the other never changed, and he always felt obliged to retreat a little. She is a remarkable woman, great fortitude, great strength of mind. They must have been very happy, said Blandois. Who? Demanded Mr. Flintwinch, with another screw at him. Mr. Blandois shook his right forefinger towards the sick-room, and his left forefinger towards the portrait, and then, putting his arm akimbo and striding his legs wide apart, stood smiling down at Mr. Flintwinch with the advancing nose and the retreating moustache. As happy as most other married people, I suppose, returned Mr. Flintwinch. I can't say. I don't know. There are secrets in all families. Secrets, cried Mr. Blandois quickly. Say it again, my son. I say, replied Mr. Flintwinch, upon whom he had swelled himself so suddenly that Mr. Flintwinch found his face almost brushed by the dilated chest. I say there are secrets in all families. So there are, cried the other, clapping him on both shoulders, and rolling him backwards and forwards. Ha! You are right. So there are. Secrets. Holy blue! There are the devil's own secrets in some families, Mr. Flintwinch. With that, after clapping Mr. Flintwinch on both shoulders several times, as if in a friendly and humorous way he were rallying him on a joke he had made, he threw up his arms, threw back his head, hooked his hands together behind it, and burst into a roar of laughter. It was in vain for Mr. Flintwinch to try another screw at him. He had his laugh out. But favour me with the candle a moment, he said, when he had done. Let us have a look at the husband of the remarkable lady. Ha! Holding up the light at arm's length. A decided expression of face here too, though not of the same character. Looks as if he were saying, what is it? Do not forget. Does he not, Mr. Flintwinch? By heaven, sir, he does. As he returned the candle, he looked at him once more, and then, leisurely strolling out with him into the hall, declared it to be a charming old house indeed, and one which had so greatly pleased him, that he would not have missed inspecting it for £100. Throughout these singular freedoms on the part of Mr. Blandois, which involved a general alteration in his demeanour, making it much coarser and rougher, much more violent and audacious than before, Mr. Flintwinch, whose leathern face was not liable to many changes, preserved its immobility intact. Beyond now appearing, perhaps, to have been left hanging a trifle too long before that friendly operation of cutting down, he outwardly maintained an equable composure. They had brought their survey to a close in the little room at the side of the hall, and he stood there, eyeing Mr. Blandois. "I am glad you are so well satisfied, sir," was his calm remark. "I didn't expect it. You seem to be quite in good spirits." "In admirable spirits," returned Blandois. "Word of honour, never more refreshed in spirits. Do you ever have presentiments, Mr. Flintwinch?" "I am not sure that I know what you mean by the term, sir," replied that gentleman. "Say, in this case, Mr. Flintwinch, undefined anticipations of pleasure to come." "I can't say I am sensible of such a sensation at present," returned Mr. Flintwinch with the utmost gravity. "If I should find it coming on, I'll mention it." "Now said Blandois, "I, my son, have a presentiment to-night that we shall be well acquainted. Do you find it coming on?" "No," returned Mr. Flintwinch, deliberately inquiring of himself. "I can't say I do." "I have a strong presentiment that we shall become intimately acquainted. You have no feeling of that sort yet?" "Not yet," said Mr. Flintwinch. Mr. Blandois, taking him by both shoulders again, rolled him about a little in his former merry way, then drew his arm through his own, and invited him to come off and drink a bottle of wine like a dear deep old dog as he was. Without a moment's indecision, Mr. Flintwinch accepted the invitation, and they went out to the quarters where the traveller was lodged, through a heavy rain which had rattled on the windows, roofs, and pavements, ever since nightfall. The thunder and lightning had long ago passed over, but the rain was furious. On their arrival at Mr. Blandois' room, a bottle of port wine was ordered by that gallant gentleman, who, crushing every pretty thing he could collect in the soft disposition of his dainty figure, coiled himself upon the window-seat, while Mr. Flintwinch took a chair opposite to him, with the table between them. Mr. Blandois proposed having the largest glasses in the house, to which Mr. Flintwinch assented. The bumpers filled. Mr. Blandois, with a roystering gaiety, clinked the top of his glass against the bottom of Mr. Flintwinch's, and the bottom of his glass against the top of Mr. Flintwinch's, and drank to the intimate acquaintance he foresaw. Mr. Flintwinch gravely pledged him, and drank all the wine he could get, and said nothing. As often as Mr. Blandois clinked glasses, which was at every replenishment, Mr. Flintwinch stolidly did his part of the clinking, and would have stolidly done his companion's part of the wine as well as his own, being, except in the article of palate, a mere cask. In short, Mr. Blandois found that to pour port wine into the reticent Flintwinch was, not to open him but to shut him up. Moreover, he had the appearance of a perfect ability to go on all night, or, if occasion were, all next day and all next night, whereas Mr. Blandois soon grew indistinctly conscious of swaggering too fiercely and boastfully. He therefore terminated the entertainment at the end of the third bottle. "You will draw upon us to-morrow, sir," said Mr. Flintwinch, with a business-like face at parting. "My cabbage," returned the other, taking him by the collar with both hands. "I'll draw upon you. Have no fear. Adieu, my Flintwinch. Receive at parting." Here he gave him a southern embrace, and kissed him soundly on both cheeks. "The word of a gentleman. By 1,000 thunders you shall see me again." He did not present himself next day, though the letter of advice came duly to hand. Inquiring after him at night, Mr. Flintwinch found with surprise that he had paid his bill and gone back to the Continent by way of Calais. Nevertheless, Jeremiah scraped out of his cogitating face a lively conviction that Mr. Blandois would keep his word on this occasion, and would be seen again. End of chapter the 30th, Book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 31st, Book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, Chapter the 31st. Spirit. Anybody may pass, any day, in the thronged thoroughfares of the metropolis, some meagre, wrinkled, yellow old man, who might be supposed to have dropped from the stars, if there were any star in the heavens dull enough to be suspected of casting off so feeble a spark, creeping along with a scared air, as though bewildered and a little frightened by the noise and bustle. This old man is always a little old man. If he were ever a big old man, he has shrunk into a little old man. If he were always a little old man, he has dwindled into a less old man. His coat is a colour and cut that never was the mode anywhere at any period. Clearly, it was not made for him, or for any individual mortal. Some wholesale contractor measured fate for 5,000 coats of such quality, and fate has lent this old coat to this old man, as one of a long unfinished line of many old men. It has always large, dull metal buttons, similar to no other buttons. This old man wears a hat, a thumbed and napless, and yet an obdurate hat, which has never adapted itself to the shape of his poor head. His coarse shirt and his coarse neckcloth have no more individuality than his coat and hat. They have the same character of not being his, of not being anybody's. Yet, this old man wears these clothes with a certain unaccustomed air of being dressed and elaborated for the public ways, as though he passed the greater part of his time in a nightcap and gown, and so, like the country mouse in the second year of a famine, come to see the town mouse, and timidly threading his way to the town mouse's lodging through a city of cats, this old man passes in the streets. Sometimes, On holidays towards evening, he will be seen to walk with a slightly increased infirmity, and his old eyes will glimmer with a moist and marshy light. Then the little old man is drunk. A very small measure will overset him. He may be bowled off his unsteady legs with a half-pint pot. Some pitying acquaintance, chance acquaintance very often, has warmed up his weakness with a treat of beer, and the consequence will be the lapse of a longer time than usual before he shall pass again. For the little old man is going home to the workhouse, and on his good behaviour they do not let him out often, though methinks they might, considering the few years he has before him to go out in, under the sun, and on his bad behaviour they shut him up closer than ever in a grove of 20 more old men, every one of whom smells of all the others. Mrs. Plornish's father, a poor little reedy piping old gentleman, like a worn-out bird, who had been in what he called the music-binding business, and met with great misfortunes, and who had seldom been able to make his way, or to see it, or to pay it, or to do anything at all with it but find it no thoroughfare, had retired of his own accord to the workhouse which was appointed by law to be the Good Samaritan of his district, without the twopence, which was bad political economy, on the settlement of that execution which had carried Mr. Plornish to the Marshalsea College. Previous to his son-in-law's difficulties coming to that head, old Nandy, he was always so called in his legal retreat, but he was old Mr. Nandy among the Bleeding Hearts, had sat in a corner of the Plornish fireside, and taken his bite and sup out of the Plornish cupboard. He still hoped to resume that domestic position when fortune should smile upon his son-in-law. In the meantime, while he preserved an immovable countenance, he was, and resolved to remain, one of these little old men in a grove of little old men with a community of flavour. But no poverty in him, and no coat on him that never was the mode, and no old man's ward for his dwelling-place, could quench his daughter's admiration. Mrs. Plornish was as proud of her father's talents as she could possibly have been if they had made him Lord Chancellor. She had as firm a belief in the sweetness and propriety of his manners as she could possibly have had if he had been Lord Chamberlain. The poor little old man knew some pale and vapid little songs, long out of date, about Chloe and Phyllis, and Strephon being wounded by the son of Venus, and for Mrs. Plornish there was no such music at the opera as the small internal flutterings and chirpings, wherein he would discharge himself of these ditties like a weak little broken barrel organ, ground by a baby. On his days out, those flecks of light in his flat vista of pollard old men, it was at once Mrs. Plornish's delight and sorrow, when he was strong with meat, and had taken his full ha'pennyworth of porter, to say, "Sing us a song, father." Then he would give them Chloe, and if he were in pretty good spirits, Phyllis and also Strephon he had hardly been up to since he went into retirement, and then would Mrs. Plornish declare she did believe there never was such a singer as father, and wipe her eyes. If he had come from court on these occasions, nay, if he had been the noble refrigerator come home triumphantly from a foreign court, to be presented and promoted on his last tremendous failure, Mrs. Plornish could not have handed him with greater elevation about Bleeding Heart Yard. "Here is father," she would say, presenting him to a neighbour. "Father will soon be home with us for good now. Ain't father looking well? Father's a sweeter singer than ever. You'd never have forgotten it if you'd heard him just now." As to Mr. Plornish, he had married these articles of belief in marrying Mr. Nandy's daughter, and only wondered how it was that so gifted an old gentleman had not made a fortune. This he attributed, after much reflection, to his musical genius not having been scientifically developed in his youth. "For why," argued Mr. Plornish, "why go a-binding music when you've got it in yourself? That's where it is, I consider." Old Nandy had a patron, one patron. He had a patron who, in a certain sumptuous way, unapologetic way, as if he constantly took an admiring audience to witness that he really could not help being more free with this old fellow than they might have expected, on account of his simplicity and poverty, was mightily good to him. Old Nandy had been several times to the Marshalsea College, communicating with his son-in-law during his short durance there, and had happily acquired to himself, and had by degrees and in course of time much improved, the patronage of the father of that national institution. Mr. Dorrit was in the habit of receiving this old man as if the old man held of him in vassalage under some feudal tenure. He made little treats and teas for him, as if he came in with his homage from some outlying district where the tenantry were in a primitive state. It seemed as if there were moments when he could by no means have sworn but that the old man was an ancient retainer of his, who had been meritoriously faithful. When he mentioned him, he spoke of him casually as his old pensioner, had a wonderful satisfaction in seeing him, and in commenting on his decayed condition after he was gone. It appeared to him amazing that he could hold up his head at all, poor creature.
In the workhouse, sir, the Union, no privacy, no visitors, no station, no respect, no speciality, most deplorable.
It was old Nancy's birthday, and they let him out. He said nothing about its being his birthday, or they might have kept him in, for such old men should not be born. He passed along the streets as usual to Bleeding Heart Yard, and had his dinner with his daughter and son-in-law, and gave them Phyllis. He had hardly concluded, when little Dorrit looked in to see how they all were.
"Miss Dorrit," said Mrs. Plornish, "here's father. Ain't he looking nice? And such voice he's in."
Little Dorrit gave him her hand, and smilingly said she had not seen him this long time. "No, they're rather hard on poor father," said Mrs. Plornish with a lengthening face, "and don't let him have half as much change and fresh air as would benefit him. But you'll soon be home for good now, won't you, father?"
"Yes, my dear, I hope so. In good time, please God."
Here Mr. Plornish delivered himself of an oration which he invariably made, word for word the same, on all such opportunities. It was couched in the following terms: "John, Edward, and Andy, sir, while there's a ounce of victuals or drink of any sort in this present roof, you're fully welcome to your share on it. While there's a handful of fire or a mouthful of bed in this present roof, you're fully welcome to your share on it. If so be as there should be nothing in this present roof, you should be as welcome to your share on it as if it was something, much or little. And this is what I mean, and so I don't deceive you, and consequently which is to stand out as to entreat of you, and therefore why not do it?" To this lucid address, which Mr. Plornish always delivered as if he had composed it, as no doubt he had, with enormous labour, Mrs. Plornish's father pipingly replied,
"I thank you kindly, Thomas, and I know your intentions well, which is the same I thank you kindly for. But no, Thomas, until such times as it's not to take it out of your children's mouths, which take it is, and call it by what name you will, it do remain and equally deprive, though may they come, and too soon they cannot come. No, Thomas, no."
Mrs. Plornish, who had been turning her face a little away with a corner of her apron in her hand, brought herself back to the conversation again by telling Miss Dorrit that father was going over the water to pay his respects, unless she knew of any reason why it might not be agreeable. Her answer was,
"I'm going straight home, and if he will come with me I shall be so glad to take care of him, so glad,"
said little Dorrit, always thoughtful of the feelings of the weak,
"of his company."
"There, father,"
cried Mrs. Plornish,
"ain't you a gay young man to be going for a walk along with Miss Dorrit? Let me tie your neck-handkerchief into a regular good bow, for you're a regular beau yourself, father, if there was one."
With this filial joke his daughter smartened him up, and gave him a loving hug, and stood at the door with her weak child in her arms, and her strong child tumbling down the steps, looking after her little old father as he toddled away with his arm under little Dorrit's. They walked at a slow pace, and little Dorrit took him by the iron bridge, and sat him down there for a rest, and they looked over at the water, and talked about the shipping, and the old man mentioned what he would do if he had a ship full of gold coming home to him. His plan was to take a noble lodging for the Plornishes and himself at the Tea Gardens, and live there all the rest of their lives, attended on by the waiter. And it was a special birthday of the old man. They were within 5 minutes of their destination when, at the corner of her own street, they came upon Fanny in her new bonnet, bound for the same port.
"Why, good gracious me, Amy!" cried that young lady, starting. "You never mean it?" "Mean what, Fanny dear?" "Well, I could have believed a great deal of you," returned the young lady with burning indignation, "but I don't think even I could have believed this of even you." "Fanny!" cried little Dorrit, wounded and astonished. "Oh, don't fanny me, you mean little thing, don't! The idea of coming along the open streets, in the broad light of day, with a pauper!" firing off the last word as if it were a ball from an air gun. "Oh, Fanny! I tell you not to fanny me, for I'll not submit to it. I never knew such a thing. The way in which you are resolved and determined to disgrace us on all occasions is really infamous. You bad little thing." "Does it disgrace anybody," said little Dorrit very gently, "to take care of this poor old man?" "Yes, miss," returned her sister, "and you ought to know it does, and you do know it does, and you do it because you know it does. The principal pleasure of your life is to remind your family of their misfortunes, and the next great pleasure of your existence is to keep low company. But, however, if you have no sense of decency, I have. You'll please to allow me to go on the other side of the way, unmolested." With this, she bounced across to the opposite pavement. The old disgrace, who had been deferentially bowing a pace or two off, for little Dorrit had let his arm go in her wonder when Fanny began, and who had been hustled and cursed by impatient passengers for stopping the way, rejoined his companion rather giddy, and said, "I hope nothing's wrong with your honoured father, miss. I hope there is nothing the matter in the honoured family." "No, no," returned little Dorrit. "No, thank you. Give me your arm again, Mr. Nandy. We shall soon be there now." So she talked to him as she had talked before, and they came to the lodge and found Mr. Chivery on the lock, and went in. Now it happened that the father of the Marshalsea was sauntering towards the lodge at the moment when they were coming out of it, entering the prison arm in arm. As the spectacle of their approach met his view, he displayed the utmost agitation and despondency of mind, and, altogether regardless of old Nandy, who, making his reverence, stood with his hat in his hand, as he always did in that gracious presence, turned about and hurried in at his own doorway and up the staircase, leaving the old unfortunate, whom in an evil hour she had taken under her protection, with a hurried promise to return to him directly. Little Dorrit hastened after her father, and on the staircase found Fanny following her, and flouncing up with offended dignity. The three came into the room almost together, and the father sat down in his chair, buried his face in his hands, and uttered a groan. "Of course," said Fanny. "Very proper. Poor afflicted pa. Now, I hope you believe me, miss." "What is it, father?" cried little Dorrit, bending over him. "Have I made you unhappy, father? Not I hope." "You hope, indeed. I dare say. Oh, you!" Fanny paused for a sufficiently strong expression. "You common-minded little Amy! You complete prison child!" He stopped these angry reproaches with a wave of his hand, and sobbed out, raising his face and shaking his melancholy head at his younger daughter. "Amy, I know that you are innocent in intention, but you have cut me to the soul." "Innocent in intention?" the implacable Fanny struck in. "Stuff in intention, low in intention, lowering of the family in intention." "Father!" cried little Dorrit, pale and trembling, "I am very sorry. Pray forgive me. Tell me how it is that I may not do it again." "How it is, you prevaricating little piece of goods!" cried Fanny. "You know how it is. I have told you already, so don't fly in the face of Providence by attempting to deny it." "Hush, Amy," said the father, passing his pocket-handkerchief several times across his face, and then grasping it convulsively in the hand that dropped across his knee. "I have done what I could to keep you select here. I have done what I could to retain you a position here. I may have succeeded. I may not. You may know it. You may not. I give no opinion. I have endured everything here but humiliation. That I have happily been spared, until this day." Here his convulsive grasp unclosed itself, and he put his pocket-handkerchief to his eyes again. Little Dorrit, on the ground beside him, with her imploring hand upon his arm, watched him remorsefully. Coming out of his fit of grief, he clenched his pocket-handkerchief once more. "Humiliation I have happily been spared until this day. Through all my troubles there has been that spirit in myself, and that submission to it, if I may use the term, in those about me, which has spared me humiliation. But this day, this minute, I have keenly felt it."
"Of course! How could it be otherwise?" exclaimed the irrepressible Fanny. "Careering and prancing about with a pauper."
Air-gun again.
"But, dear father," cried Little Dorrit, "I don't justify myself for having wounded your dear heart. No, heaven knows I don't."
She clasped her hands in quite an agony of distress.
"I do nothing but beg and pray you to be comforted and overlook it. But if I had not known that you were kind to the old man yourself, and took much notice of him, and were always glad to see him, I would not have come here with him, father, I would not indeed. What I have been so unhappy as to do, I have done in mistake. I would not wilfully bring a tear to your eyes, dear love," said Little Dorrit, her heart well nigh broken, "for anything the world could give me, or anything it could take away."
Fanny, with a partly angry and partly repentant sob, began to cry herself, and to say, as this young lady always said when she was half in passion, half out of it, half spiteful with herself, and half spiteful with everybody else, that she wished she were dead. The father of the Marshalsea in the meantime took his younger daughter to his breast, and patted her head.
"There, there, say no more, Amy, say no more, my child. I will forget it as soon as I can.
With hysterical cheerfulness,
I shall soon be able to dismiss it. It is perfectly true, my dear, that I am always glad to see my old pensioner, as such, and that I do extend as much protection and kindness to the bruised reed, I trust I may so call him without impropriety, as in my circumstances I can. It is quite true that this is the case, my dear child. At the same time, I preserve in doing this, if I may use the expression, spirit, becoming spirit. And there are some things which are," he stopped to sob, "irreconcilable with that, and wounded deeply. It is not that I have seen my good Amy attentive and condescending to my old pensioner. It is not that hurts me. It is, if I am to close the painful subject by being explicit, that I have seen my child, my own daughter, coming into this college out of the public streets, smiling, arm in arm with, oh my God, a livery."
This reference to the coat of no cut and no time, the unfortunate gentleman gasped forth in a scarcely audible voice, and with his clenched pocket-handkerchief raised in the air. His excited feelings might have found some further painful utterance, but for a knock at the door, which had been already twice repeated, and to which Fanny, still wishing herself dead, and indeed now going so far as to add buried, cried, "Come in."
"Ah, young John,"
said the father, in an altered and calmed voice.
"What is it, young John?"
"A letter for you, sir, being left in the lodge just this minute, and a message with it. I thought, happening to be there myself, sir, I would bring it to your room." The speaker's attention was much distracted by the piteous spectacle of Little Dorrit at her father's feet, with her head turned away.
"Indeed, John, thank you."
"The letter is from Mr. Clennam, sir. It's the answer, and the message was, sir, that Mr. Clennam also sent his compliments, and word that he would do himself the pleasure of calling this afternoon, hoping to see you, and likewise, attention more distracted than before, Miss Amy.
Oh!
As the father glanced into the letter, there was a bank-note in it. He reddened a little and patted Amy on the head afresh.
Thank you, young John. Quite right. Much obliged to you for your attention. No one waiting?
No, sir, no one waiting.
Thank you, John. How is your mother, young John?
Thank you, sir. She's not quite as well as we could wish. In fact, we none of us are, except father, but she's pretty well, sir.
Say we sent our remembrances, will you? Say kind remembrances, if you please, young John.
Thank you, sir, I will. And Mr. Chivery, Junior, went his way, having spontaneously composed on the spot an entirely new epitaph for himself, to the effect that here lay the body of John Chivery, who, having at such a date beheld the idol of his life in grief and tears, and feeling unable to bear the harrowing spectacle, immediately repaired to the abode of his inconsolable parents, and terminated his existence by his own rash act.
There, there, Amy, said the father when young John had closed the door. Let us say no more about it.
The last few minutes had improved his spirits remarkably, and he was quite lightsome.
Where is my old pensioner all this while? We must not leave him by himself any longer, or he will begin to suppose he is not welcome, and that would pain me. Will you fetch him, my child, or shall I?
If you wouldn't mind, father, said little Dorrit, trying to bring her sobbing to a close.
Certainly I will go, my dear. I forgot, your eyes are rather red. There. Cheer up, Amy. Don't be uneasy about me. I am quite myself again, my love, quite myself. Go to your room, Amy, and make yourself look comfortable and pleasant to receive Mr. Clennam.
I would rather stay in my own room, father, returned little Dorrit, finding it more difficult than before to regain her composure. I would far rather not see Mr. Clennam.
Oh, fie, fie, my dear, that's folly. Mr. Clennam is a very gentlemanly man, very gentlemanly, a little reserved at times, but I will say extremely gentlemanly. I couldn't think of your not being here to receive Mr. Clennam, my dear, especially this afternoon. So go and freshen yourself up, Amy. Go and freshen yourself up like a good girl.
Thus directed, little Dorrit dutifully rose and obeyed, only pausing for a moment as she went out of the room to give her sister a kiss of reconciliation, upon which that young lady, feeling much harassed in her mind, and having for the time worn out the wish with which she generally relieved it, conceived and executed the brilliant idea of wishing old Nandy dead, rather than that he should come bothering there like a disgusting, tiresome, wicked wretch, and making mischief between two sisters. The father of the Marshalsea, even humming a tune, and wearing his black velvet cap a little on one side, so much improved were his spirits, went down into the yard, and found his old pensioner standing there, hat in hand, just within the gate, as he had stood all this time.
"Come, Nandy,"
said he, with great suavity.
"Come upstairs, Nandy. You know the way. Why don't you come upstairs?"
He went the length, on this occasion, of giving him his hand and saying,
"How are you, Nandy? Are you pretty well?"
To which that vocalist returned,
"I thank you, honoured sir. I am all the better for seeing your honour."
As they went along the yard, the father of the Marshalsea presented him to a collegian of recent date.
"An old acquaintance of mine, sir, an old pensioner,"
and then said,
"Be covered, my good Nandy. Put your hat on,"
with great consideration. His patronage did not stop here, for he charged Maggie to get the tea ready, and instructed her to buy certain tea cakes, fresh butter, eggs, cold ham, and shrimps, to purchase which collation he gave her a bank-note for £10, laying strict injunctions on her to be careful of the change. These preparations were in an advanced stage of progress, and his daughter Amy had come back with her work, when Clennam presented himself, whom he most graciously received, and besought to join their meal.
"Amy, my love, you know Mr. Clennam even better than I have the happiness of doing. Fanny, my dear, you are acquainted with Mr. Clennam."
Fanny acknowledged him haughtily, the position she tacitly took up in all such cases being that there was a vast conspiracy to insult the family by not understanding it, or sufficiently deferring to it, and here was one of the conspirators.
"This Mr. Clennam, you must know, is an old pensioner of mine, old Nandy, a very faithful old man."
He always spoke of him as an object of great antiquity, but he was 2 or 3 years younger than himself.
"Let me see. You know Plornish, I think. I think my daughter Amy has mentioned to me that you know poor Plornish."
"Oh, yes," said Arthur Clennam.
"Well, sir, this is Mrs. Plornish's father."
"Indeed, I am glad to see him."
"You would be more glad if you knew his many good qualities, Mr. Clennam."
"I hope I shall come to know them through knowing him," said Arthur, secretly pitying the bowed and submissive figure.
"It is a holiday with him, and he comes to see his old friends, who are always glad to see him,"
observed the father of the Marshalsea. Then he added behind his hand,
"Union, poor old fellow, out for the day."
By this time Maggie, quietly assisted by her little mother, had spread the board, and the repast was ready. It being hot weather and the prison very close, the window was as wide open as it could be pushed.
"If Maggie will spread that newspaper on the window sill, my dear,"
remarked the father complacently and in a half-whisper to little Dorrit,
"my old pensioner can have his tea there while we are having ours."
So, with a gulf between him and the good company of about a foot in width, standard measure, Mrs. Plornish's father was handsomely regaled. Clennam had never seen anything like his magnanimous protection by that other father, he of the Marshalsea, and was lost in the contemplation of its many wonders. The most striking of these was perhaps the relishing manner in which he remarked on the pensioner's infirmities and failings, as if he were a gracious keeper, making a running commentary on the decline of the harmless animal he exhibited.
"Not ready for more ham yet, Nandy? Why, how slow you are! His last teeth,"
he explained to the company,
"are going, poor old boy."
At another time he said,
"No shrimps, Nandy,"
and on his not instantly replying, observed,
"His hearing is becoming very defective. He'll be deaf directly."
At another time he asked him,
"Do you walk much, Nandy, about the yard within the walls of that place of yours?" "No, sir, no. I haven't any great liking for that." "No, to be sure,"
he assented.
"Very natural."
Then he privately informed the circle,
"Legs going."
Once he asked the pensioner, in that general clemency which asked him anything to keep him afloat, how old his younger grandchild was.
"John Edward,"
said the pensioner, slowly laying down his knife and fork to consider.
"How old, sir? Let me think now."
The father of the Marshalsea tapped his forehead.
"Memory weak." "John Edward, sir? Well, I really forget. I couldn't say at this minute, sir, whether it's 2 and 2 months, or whether it's 2 and 5 months. It's one or the other."
"Don't distress yourself by worrying your mind about it," he returned with infinite forbearance.
"Faculties evidently decaying. Old man rusts in the life he leads."
The more of these discoveries that he persuaded himself he made in the prisoner, the better he appeared to like him, and when he got out of his chair after tea to bid the pensioner good-bye, on his intimating that he feared, "Honoured sir, his time was running out," he made himself look as erect and strong as possible.
"We don't call this a shilling, Nandy, you know,"
he said, putting one in his hand.
"We call it tobacco." "Honoured sir, I thank you. It shall buy tobacco. My thanks and duty to Miss Amy and Miss Fanny. I wish you good night, Mr. Clennam." "And mind you don't forget us, you know, Nandy," said the father. "You must come again, mind, whenever you have an afternoon. You must not come out without seeing us, or we shall be jealous. Good night, Nandy. Be very careful how you descend the stairs, Nandy. They are rather uneven and worn."
With that he stood on the landing, watching the old man down, and when he came into the room again, said, with a solemn satisfaction on him,
A melancholy sight that, Mr. Clennam, though one has the consolation of knowing that he doesn't feel it himself. The poor old fellow is a dismal wreck, spirit broken and gone, pulverized, crushed out of him, sir, completely."
As Clennam had a purpose in remaining, he said what he could responsive to these sentiments, and stood at the window with their enunciator, while Maggie and her little mother washed the tea service and cleared it away. He noticed that his companion stood at the window with the air of an affable and accessible sovereign, and that, when any of his people in the yard below looked up, his recognition of their salutes just stopped short of a blessing. When little Dorrit had her work on the table, and Maggie hers on the bedstead, Fanny fell to tying her bonnet as a preliminary to her departure. Arthur, still having his purpose, still remained. At this time the door opened without any notice, and Mr. Tip came in. He kissed Amy as she started up to meet him, nodded to Fanny, nodded to his father, gloomed on the visitor without further recognition, and sat down.
"Tip, dear," said little Dorrit mildly, shocked by this, "don't you see?"
"Yes, I see, Amy. If you refer to the presence of any visitor you have here, I say, if you refer to that," said Tip, jerking his head with emphasis towards his shoulder nearest Clennam, "I see."
"Is that all you say?"
"That's all I say, and I suppose," added the lofty young man after a moment's pause, "that visitor will understand me when I say that's all I say. In short, I suppose the visitor will understand that he hasn't used me like a gentleman." "I do not understand that," observed the obnoxious personage referred to with tranquillity. "No? Why, then, to make it clearer to you, sir, I beg to let you know that when I address what I call a properly worded appeal, and an urgent appeal, and a delicate appeal to an individual for a small temporary accommodation easily within his power, mind, and when that individual writes back word to me that he begs to be excused, I consider that he doesn't treat me like a gentleman." The father of the Marshalsea, who had surveyed his son in silence, no sooner heard this sentiment than he began in angry voice,
"How dare you?"
But his son stopped him. "Now don't ask me how I dare, father, because that's bosh. As to the fact of the line of conduct I choose to adopt towards the individual present, you ought to be proud of my showing a proper spirit."
"I should think so,"
cried Fanny.
"A proper spirit?"
said the father.
"Yes, a proper spirit, a becoming spirit. Is it come to this that my son teaches me, spirit?"
"Now don't let us bother about it, father, or have any row on the subject. I have fully made up my mind that the individual present has not treated me like a gentleman, and there's an end of it."
"But there is not an end of it, sir," returned the father. "But there shall not be an end of it. You have made up your mind? You have made up your mind?"
"Yes, I have. What's the good of keeping on like that?"
"Because," returned the father in a great heat, "you had no right to make up your mind to what is monstrous, to what is immoral, to what is parricidal. No, Mr. Clennam, I beg, sir, don't ask me to desist. There is a general principle involved here which rises even above considerations of hospitality. I object to the assertion made by my son. I personally repel it."
"Why, what is it to you, father?" returned the son over his shoulder.
"What is it to me, sir? I have a spirit, sir, that will not endure it.
He took out his pocket handkerchief again and dabbed his face.
"I am outraged and insulted by it. Let me suppose the case that I myself may at a certain time or times have made an appeal, and a properly worded appeal, and a delicate appeal, and an urgent appeal to some individual for a small temporary accommodation. Let me suppose that that accommodation could have been easily extended, and was not extended, and that that individual informed me that he begged to be excused. Am I to be told by my own son that I therefore received treatment not due to a gentleman, and that I submitted to it?"
His daughter Amy gently tried to calm him, but he would not on any account be calmed. He said his spirit was up, and wouldn't endure this.
Was he to be told that, he wished to know again, by his own son on his own hearth, to his own face? Was that humiliation to be put upon him by his own blood? "You are putting it on yourself, father, and getting into all this injury of your own accord," said the young gentleman morosely. "What I have made up my mind about has nothing to do with you. What I said had nothing to do with you. Why need you go trying on other people's hats?"
"I reply it has everything to do with me," returned the father. "I pointed out to you, sir, with indignation that the delicacy and peculiarity of your father's position should strike you dumb, sir, if nothing else should, in laying down such unnatural principles. Besides, if you are not filial, sir, if you discard that duty, you are at least not a Christian. Are you an atheist? And is it Christian, let me ask you, to stigmatize and denounce an individual for begging to be excused this time, when the same individual may respond with the required accommodation next time? Is it the part of a Christian not to try him again?"
He had worked himself into quite a religious glow and fervour. "I see precious well," said Mr. Tip, rising, "that I shall get no sensible or fair argument here to-night, and so the best thing I can do is to cut. Good night, Amy. Don't be vexed. I am very sorry it happens here, and you here, upon my soul I am, but I can't altogether part with my spirit, even for your sake, old girl." With those words he put on his hat and went out, accompanied by Miss Fanny, who did not consider it spirited on her part to take leave of Clennam with any less opposing demonstration than a stare, importing that she had always known him for one of the large body of conspirators. When they were gone, the father of the Marshalsea was at first inclined to sink into despondency again, and would have done so, but that the gentleman opportunely came up within a minute or two to attend him to the snuggery. It was the gentleman Clennam had seen on the night of his own accidental detention there, and had that impalpable grievance about the misappropriated fund on which the Marshal was supposed to batten. He presented himself as deputation to escort the father to the chair, it being an occasion on which he had promised to preside over the assembled collegians in the enjoyment of a little harmony.
"Such, you see, Mr. Clennam," said the father, "are the incongruities of my position here, but a public duty. No man, I am sure, would more readily recognise a public duty than yourself."
Clennam besought him not to delay a moment.
"Amy, my dear, if you can persuade Mr. Clennam to stay longer, I can leave the honours of our poor apology for an establishment with confidence in your hands, and perhaps you may do something towards erasing from Mr. Clennam's mind the untoward and unpleasant circumstance which has occurred since the time."
Clennam assured him that it had made no impression on his mind, and therefore required no erasure.
"My dear sir,"
said the father, with a removal of his black cap and a grasp of Clennam's hand, combining to express the safe receipt of his note and enclosure that afternoon,
"Heaven ever bless you."
So at last Clennam's purpose in remaining was attained, and he could speak to little Dorrit with nobody by. Maggie counted as nobody, and she was by. End of chapter the 31st, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 32nd, book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens, book the 1st. Chapter the 32nd. More fortune-telling. Maggie sat at her work in her great white cap, with its quantity of opaque frilling hiding what profile she had none to spare, and her serviceable eye brought to bear upon her occupation, on the window side of the room. What with her flapping cap, and what with her unserviceable eye, she was quite partitioned off from her little mother, whose seat was opposite the window. The tread and shuffle of feet on the pavement of the yard had much diminished since the taking of the chair, the tide of collegians having set strongly in the direction of harmony.
Some few who had no music in their souls, or no money in their pockets, dawdled about. And the old spectacle of the visitor wife and the depressed unseasoned prisoner still lingered in corners, as broken cobwebs and such unsightly discomforts draggle in corners of other places. It was the quietest time the college knew, saving the night hours when the collegians took the benefit of the act of sleep. The occasional rattle of applause upon the tables of the snuggery denoted the successful termination of a morsel of harmony, or the responsive acceptance, by the united children, of some toast or sentiment offered to them by their father. Occasionally, a vocal strain more sonorous than the generality informed the listener that some boastful bass was in blue water, or in the hunting field, or with the reindeer, or on the mountain, or among the heather. But the Marshal of the Marshalsea knew better, and had got him hard and fast. As Arthur Clennam moved to sit down by the side of little Dorrit, she trembled so that she had much ado to hold her needle. Clennam gently put his hand upon her work and said, "Dear little Dorrit, let me lay it down." She yielded it to him, and he put it aside. Her hands were then nervously clasping together, but he took one of them. "How seldom I have seen you lately, little Dorrit."
"I have been busy, sir."
"But I heard only to-day," said Clennam, "by mere accident, of your having been with those good people close by me. Why not come to me, then?"
I don't know. Or rather, I thought you might be busy too. You generally are now, are you not?"
He saw her trembling little form and her downcast face, and the eyes that drooped the moment they were raised to his. He saw them almost with as much concern as tenderness. "My child, your manner is so changed." The trembling was now quite beyond her control. Softly withdrawing her hand and laying it in her other hand, she sat before him with her head bent and her whole form trembling. "My own little Dorrit," said Clennam compassionately. She burst into tears. Maggie looked round of a sudden and stared for at least a minute, but did not interpose. Clennam waited some little while before he spoke again. "I cannot bear," he said then, "to see you weep, but I hope this is a relief to an overcharged heart."
"Yes, it is, sir. Nothing but that."
"Well, well, I feared you would think too much of what passed here just now. It is of no moment, not the least. I am only unfortunate to have come in the way. Let it go by with these tears. It is not worth one of them. One of them! Such an idle thing should be repeated, with my glad consent 50 times a day, to save you a moment's heartache, little Dorrit." She had taken courage now, and answered, far more in her usual manner,
"You are so good. But even if there was nothing else in it to be sorry for and ashamed of, it is such a bad return to you."
"Hush!" said Clennam, smiling and touching her lips with his hand. "Forgetfulness in you, who remember so many and so much, would be new indeed. Shall I remind you that I am not, and that I never was, anything but the friend whom you agreed to trust? No, you remember it, don't you?"
"I try to do so, or I should have broken the promise just now, when my mistaken brother was here. You will consider his bringing up in this place, and will not judge him hardly, poor fellow, I know."
In raising her eyes with these words, she observed his face more nearly than she had done yet, and said, with a quick change of tone,
"You have not been ill, Mr. Clennam?"
"No."
"Nor tried? Nor hurt?"
she asked him anxiously. It fell to Clennam now to be not quite certain how to answer. He said in reply, "To speak the truth, I have been a little troubled, but it is over." "Do I show it so plainly? I ought to have more fortitude and self-command than that. I thought I had. I must learn them of you. Who could teach me better?" He never thought that she saw in him what no one else could see. He never thought that in the whole world there were no other eyes that looked upon him with the same light and strength as hers. "But it brings me to something that I wish to say," he continued, and therefore I will not quarrel even with my own face for telling tales and being unfaithful to me. Besides, it is a privilege and pleasure to confide in my little Dorrit. Let me confess, then, that, forgetting how grave I was, and how old I was, and how the time for such things had gone by me with the many years of sameness and little happiness that made up my long life far away, without marking it, that, forgetting all this, I fancied I loved someone.
"Do I know her, sir?"
asked little Dorrit. "No, my child."
"Not the lady who has been kind to me for your sake?"
"Flora? No, no. Do you think—"
"I never quite thought so,"
said little Dorrit more to herself than him.
"I did wonder at it a little."
"Well," said Clennam, abiding by the feeling that had fallen on him in the avenue on the night of the roses, the feeling that he was an older man who had done with that tender part of life. "I found out my mistake, and I thought about it a little, in short, a good deal, and got wiser. Being wiser, I counted up my years, and considered what I am, and looked back, and looked forward, and found that I should soon be grey. I found that I had climbed the hill, and passed the level ground upon the top, and was descending quickly. If he had known the sharpness of the pain he caused the patient heart in speaking thus, while doing it too with the purpose of easing and serving her, I found that the day when any such thing would have been graceful in me, or good in me, or hopeful or happy for me or any one in connection with me, was gone, and would never shine again. Oh, if he had known, if he had known! If he could have seen the dagger in his hand, and the cruel wounds it struck in the faithful bleeding breast of his little Dorrit! All that is over, and I have turned my face from it. Why do I speak of this to little Dorrit? Why do I show you, my child, the space of years that there is between us, and recall to you that I have passed by the amount of your whole life, the time that is present to you?
"Because you trust me, I hope. Because you know that nothing can touch you without touching me, that nothing can make you happy or unhappy, but it must make me, who am so grateful to you, the same."
He heard the thrill in her voice. He saw her earnest face. He saw her clear, true eyes. He saw the quickened bosom that would have joyfully thrown itself before him to receive a mortal wound directed at his breast, with the dying cry, "I love him!" And the remotest suspicion of the truth never dawned upon his mind. No. He saw the devoted little creature with her worn shoes, in her common dress, in her jail home, a slender child in body, a strong heroine in soul, and the light of her domestic story made all else dark to him. For those reasons assuredly, little Dorrit, but for another too. So far removed, so different, and so much older, I am the better fitted for your friend and adviser. I mean, I am the more easily to be trusted, and any little constraint that you might feel with another may vanish before me. Why have you kept so retired from me? Tell me.
"I am better here. My place and use are here. I am much better here,"
said little Dorrit faintly. "So you said that day upon the bridge. I thought of it much afterwards. Have you no secret you could entrust to me, with hope and comfort, if you would?"
"Secret? No, I have no secret,"
said little Dorrit in some trouble. They had been speaking in low voices, more because it was natural to what they said to adopt that tone, than with any care to reserve it from Maggie at her work. All of a sudden Maggie stared again, and this time spoke.
"I say, little mother." "Yes, Maggie." "If you ain't got no secret of your own to tell him that about the princess. She had a secret, you know."
"The princess had a secret?" said Clennam in some surprise. "What princess was that, Maggie?"
"Lor, how you do go and bother a gal of 10, said Maggie, "catching the poor thing up in that way. Whoever said the princess had a secret? I never said so."
"I beg your pardon. I thought you did."
"No, I didn't. How could I, when it was her as wanted to find it out? It was the little woman as had the secret,
and she was always a-spinning at her wheel. And so she says to her, 'Why do you keep it there?' And so the other one says to her, 'No, I don't.' And so the other one says to her, 'Yes, you do.' And then they both goes to the cupboard, and there it is. And she wouldn't go into the hospital, and so she died. You know, little mother, tell him that, for it was a regular good secret, that was,"
cried Maggie, hugging herself. Arthur looked at Little Dorrit for help to comprehend this, and was struck by seeing her so timid and red. But when she told him that it was only a fairy tale she had one day made up for Maggie, and that there was nothing in it which she wouldn't be ashamed to tell again to anybody else, even if she could remember it, he left the subject where it was. However, he returned to his own subject by first entreating her to see him oftener, and to remember that it was impossible to have a stronger interest in her welfare than he had, or to be more set upon promoting it than he was. When she answered fervently, she well knew that, she never forgot it, he touched upon his second and more delicate point, the suspicion he had formed. "Little Dorrit," he said, taking her hand again, and speaking lower than he had spoken yet, so that even Maggie in the small room could not hear him. "Another word. I have wanted very much to say this to you. I have tried for opportunities. Don't mind me, who, for the matter of years, might be your father or your uncle. Always think of me as quite an old man. I know that all your devotion centres in this room, and that nothing to the last will ever tempt you away from the duties you discharge here. If I were not sure of it, I should before now have implored you, and implored your father, to let me make some provision for you in a more suitable place. But you may have an interest, I will not say now, though even that might be, may have at another time an interest in someone else, an interest not incompatible with your affection here." She was very, very pale, and silently shook her head. "It may be, dear Little Dorrit." "No, no, no." She shook her head, after each slow repetition of the word, with an air of quiet desolation that he remembered long afterwards. The time came when he remembered it well, long afterwards, within those prison walls, within that very room. "But if it ever should be, tell me so, my dear child. Entrust the truth to me. Point out the object of such an interest to me, and I will try with all the zeal, and honour, and friendship, and respect that I feel for you, good Little Dorrit of my heart, to do you a lasting service." "Oh, thank you, but, oh no, oh no, oh no." She said this looking at him with her work-worn hands folded together, and in the same resigned accents as before. "I press for no confidence now. I only ask you to repose unhesitating trust in me." "Can I do less than that, when you are so good?" "Then you will trust me fully? Will have no secret unhappiness or anxiety concealed from me?" "Almost none." "And you have none now?" She shook her head, but she was very pale. "When I lie down tonight, and my thoughts come back, as they will, for they do every night, even when I have not seen you, to this sad place, I may believe that there is no grief beyond this room now, and its usual occupants, which preys on Little Dorrit's mind?" She seemed to catch at these words, that he remembered too long afterwards, and said more brightly, "Yes, Mr. Clennam, yes, you may." The crazy staircase, usually not slow to give notice when any one was coming up or down, here creaked under a quick tread, and a further sound was heard upon it, as if a little steam engine, with more steam than it knew what to do with, were working towards the room. As it approached, which it did very rapidly, it laboured with increased energy, and after knocking at the door, it sounded as if it were stooping down and snorting in at the keyhole. Before Maggie could open the door, Mr. Panks, opening it from without, stood without a hat and with his bare head in the wildest condition, looking at Clennam and Little Dorrit over her shoulder. He had a lighted cigar in his hand, and brought with him airs of ale and tobacco smoke.
"Panks the gypsy,"
he observed out of breath.
"Fortune-telling."
He stood dingily smiling and breathing hard at them, with a most curious air, as if,
Instead of being his proprietor's grubber, you were the triumphant proprietor of the Marshalsea, the marshal, all the turnkeys, and all the collegians. In his great self-satisfaction he put his cigar to his lips, being evidently no smoker, and took such a pull at it, with his right eye shut up tight for the purpose, that he underwent a convulsion of shuddering and choking. But even in the midst of that paroxysm he still essayed to repeat his favourite introduction to himself.
Banks the gypsy, fortune-telling. I am spending the evening with the rest of 'em, said Banks. I've been singing, I've been taking a part in white sand and grey sand. I don't know anything about it. Never mind. I'll take any part in anything. It's all the same, if you're loud enough.
At first Clennam supposed him to be intoxicated, but he soon perceived that though he might be a little the worse, or better, for ale, the staple of his excitement was not brewed from malt, or distilled from any grain or berry.
How do you do, Miss Dorrit? Said Banks. I thought you wouldn't mind my running round and looking in for a moment. Mr. Clennam, I heard, was here from Mr. Dorrit. How are you, sir?
Clennam thanked him, and said he was glad to see him so gay.
Gay,
said Banks.
I'm in wonderful feather, sir. I can't stop a minute, or I shall be missed, and I don't want 'em to miss me. Eh, Miss Dorrit?
He seemed to have an insatiate delight in appealing to her and looking at her, excitedly sticking his hair up at the same moment, like a dark species of cockatoo.
I haven't been here half an hour. I knew Mr. Dorrit was in the chair, and I said, I'll go and support him. I ought to be down in Bleeding Heart Yard by rights, but I can't worry them tomorrow, eh, Miss Dorrit?
His little black eyes sparkled electrically. His very hair seemed to sparkle as he roughened it. He was in that highly charged state that one might have expected to draw sparks and snaps from him by presenting a knuckle to any part of his figure.
Capital company here, said Banks. Eh, Miss Dorrit?
She was half afraid of him, and irresolute what to say. He laughed, with a nod towards Clennam.
Don't mind him, Miss Dorrit. He's one of us. We agreed that you shouldn't take on to mind me before people, but we didn't mean Mr. Clennam. He's one of us. He's in it. Aren't you, Mr. Clennam? Eh, Miss Dorrit?
The excitement of this strange creature was fast communicating itself to Clennam. Little Dorrit with amazement saw this, and observed that they exchanged quick looks.
I was making a remark, said Banks, but I declare I forget what it was. Oh, I know. Capital company here. I've been treating 'em all round, eh, Miss Dorrit?
Very generous of you, she returned, noticing another of the quick looks between the two.
Not at all, said Banks. Don't mention it. I'm coming into my property, that's the fact. I can afford to be liberal. I think I'll give 'em a treat here. Tables laid in the yard, bread in stacks, pipes in faggots, tobacco in hayloads, roast beef and plum pudding for everyone, quart of double stout ahead, pint of wine too, if they like it, and the authorities give permission, eh, Miss Dorrit?
She was thrown into such a confusion by his manner, or rather by Clennam's growing understanding of his manner, for she looked to him after every fresh appeal and cockatoo demonstration on the part of Mr. Banks, that she only moved her lips in answer without forming any word.
And oh, by the by, said Banks, you were to live to know what was behind us on that little hand of yours, and so you shall, my darling, eh, Miss Dorrit?
He had suddenly checked himself. Where he got all the additional black prongs from, that now flew up all over his head like the myriads of points that break out in the large change of a great firework, was a wonderful mystery.
But I shall be missed. He came back to that. And I don't want 'em to miss me. Mr. Clennam, you and I made a bargain. I said you should find me stick to it. You shall find me stick to it now, sir, if you'll step out of the room a moment. Miss Dorrit, I wish you good night. Miss Dorrit, I wish you good fortune.
He rapidly shook her by both hands, and puffed downstairs. Arthur followed him with such a hurried step that he had very nearly tumbled over him on the last landing, and rolled him down into the yard. "What is it, for heaven's sake?" Arthur demanded when they burst out there both together.
"Stop a moment, sir, Mr. Rugg. Let me introduce him.
With those words he presented another man without a hat, and also with a cigar, and also surrounded with a halo of ale and tobacco smoke, which man, though not so excited as himself, was in a state which would have been akin to lunacy, but for its fading into sober method when compared with the rampancy of Mr. Panks.
"Mr. Clennam, Mr. Rugg," said Panks, "stop a moment. Come to the pump."
They adjourned to the pump. Mr. Panks, instantly putting his head under the spout, requested Mr. Rugg to take a good strong turn at the handle. Mr. Rugg complying to the letter, Mr. Panks came forth snorting and blowing to some purpose, and dried himself on his handkerchief.
"I am the clearer for that,"
he gasped to Clennam, standing astonished.
"But upon my soul, to hear her father making speeches in that chair, knowing what we know, and to see her up in that room in that dress, knowing what we know, is enough to— Give me a back, Mr. Rugg, a little higher, sir, that'll do."
Then and there, on that Marshalsea pavement, in the shades of evening, did Mr. Panks of all mankind fly over the head and shoulders of Mr. Rugg of Pentonville, general agent, accountant, and recoverer of debts. Alighting on his feet, he took Clennam by the buttonhole, led him behind the pump, and pantingly produced from his pocket a bundle of papers. Mr. Rugg also pantingly produced from his pocket a bundle of papers. "Stay," said Clennam in a whisper. "You have made a discovery." Mr. Panks answered, with an unction which there is no language to convey,
"We rather think so."
"Does it implicate any one?"
"How implicate, sir?"
"In any suppression or wrong-dealing of any kind?"
"Not a bit of it."
"Thank God," said Clennam to himself. "Now show me."
"You are to understand,"
snorted Panks, feverishly unfolding papers, and speaking in short high-pressure blasts of sentences.
"Where is the pedigree? Where's schedule number 4, Mr. Rugg? Oh, all right, here we are. You are to understand that we are this very day virtually complete. We shan't be legally for a day or two. Call it at the outside a week. We've been at it night and day for I don't know how long. Mr. Rugg, you know how long. Never mind, don't say, you'll only confuse me. You shall tell her, Mr. Clennam, not till we give you leave. Where's that rough total, Mr. Rugg? Oh, here we are. There, sir, that's what you'll have to break to her. That man's your father of the Marshalsea."
End of chapter the 32nd, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 33rd, book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens, book the 1st, chapter the 33rd. Mrs. Merdle's Complaint. Resigning himself to inevitable fate by making the best of those people, the Miggleses, and submitting her philosophy to the draft upon it, of which she had foreseen the likelihood in her interview with Arthur, Mrs. Gowan handsomely resolved not to oppose her son's marriage. In her progress to, and happy arrival at this resolution, she was possibly influenced not only by her maternal affections, but by 3 politic considerations. Of these, the first may have been that her son had never signified the smallest intention to ask her consent, or any mistrust of his ability to dispense with it. The second, that the pension bestowed upon her by a grateful country, and a barnacle, would be freed from any little filial inroads, when her Henry should be married to the darling only child of a man in very easy circumstances. The third, that Henry's debts must clearly be paid down upon the altar railing by his father-in-law. When to these threefold points of prudence there is added the fact that Mrs. Gowan yielded her consent the moment she knew of Mr. Meagles having yielded his, and that Mr. Meagles's objection to the marriage had been the sole obstacle in its way all along, it becomes the height of probability that the relict of the deceased Commissioner of Nothing Particular turned these ideas in her sagacious mind. Among her connections and acquaintances, however, she maintained her individual dignity and the dignity of the blood of the Barnacles, by diligently nursing the pretence that it was a most unfortunate business, that she was sadly cut up by it, that this was a perfect fascination under which Henry laboured, that she had opposed it for a long time, but what could a mother do, and the like. She had already called Arthur Clennam to bear witness to this fable, as a friend of the Meagles family, and she followed up the move by now impounding the family itself for the same purpose. In the first interview she accorded to Mr. Meagles, she slided herself into the position of disconsolately but gracefully yielding to irresistible pressure. With the utmost politeness and good breeding she feigned that it was she, not he, who had made the difficulty, and who at length gave way, and that the sacrifice was hers, not his. The same feint, with the same polite dexterity, she foisted on Mrs. Meagles, as a conjurer might have forced a card on that innocent lady, and when her future daughter-in-law was presented to her by her son, she said on embracing her,
"My dear, what have you done to Henry that has bewitched him so?"
at the same time allowing a few tears to carry before them, in little pills, a cosmetic powder on her nose, as a delicate but touching signal that she suffered much inwardly for the show of composure with which she bore her misfortune. Among the friends of Mrs. Gowan, who piqued herself at once on being society, and on maintaining intimate and easy relations with that power, Mrs. Merdle occupied a front row. True, the Hampton Court Bohemians, without exception, turned up their noses at Merdle as an upstart, but they turned them down again by falling flat on their faces to worship his wealth, in which compensating adjustment of their noses they were pretty much like Treasury, Bar, and Bishop, and all the rest of them. To Mrs. Merdle, Mrs. Gowan repaired on a visit of self-condolence, after having given the gracious consent aforesaid. She drove into town for the purpose in a one-horse carriage, irreverently called at that period of English history a pill-box. It belonged to a job-master in a small way, who drove it himself, and who jobbed it by the day or hour to most of the old ladies in Hampton Court Palace. But it was a point of ceremony, in that encampment, that the whole equipage should be tacitly regarded as the private property of the jobber for the time being, and that the job-master should betray personal knowledge of nobody but the jobber in possession. So the Circumlocution Barnacles, who were the largest job-masters in the universe, always pretended to know of no other job but the job immediately in hand. Mrs. Merdle was at home, and was in her nest of crimson and gold, with the parrot on a neighbouring stem watching her with his head on one side, as if he took her for another splendid parrot of a larger species, to whom entered Mrs. Gowan with her favourite green fan, which softened the light on the spots of bloom.
"My dear soul,"
said Mrs. Gowan, tapping the back of her friend's hand with this fan after a little indifferent conversation,
"you are my only comfort. That affair of Henry's that I told you of is to take place. Now, how does it strike you? I am dying to know, because you represent and express society so well."
Mrs. Merdle reviewed the bosom which society was accustomed to review, and having ascertained that show window of Mr. Merdle's and the London jewellers to be in good order, replied, "As to marriage on the part of a man, my dear, society requires that he should retrieve his fortunes by marriage. Society requires that he should gain by marriage. Society requires that he should found a handsome establishment by marriage. Society does not see otherwise what he has to do with marriage.
But be quiet."
For the parrot on his cage above them, presiding over the conference as if he were a judge, and indeed he looked rather like one, had wound up the exposition with a shriek. "Cases there are," said Mrs. Merdle, delicately crooking the little finger of her favourite hand, and making her remarks neater by that neat action,
"cases there are where a man is not young or elegant, and is rich, and has a handsome establishment already. Those are of a different kind. In such cases—"
Mrs. Merdle shrugged her snowy shoulders, and put her hand upon the jewel stand, checking a little cough, as though to add,
"Why, a man looks out for this sort of thing, my dear."
Then the parrot shrieked again, and she put up her glass to look at him and said,
"Bird, do be quiet."
"But young men," resumed Mrs. Merdle, "and by young men you know what I mean, my love, I mean people's sons who have the world before them, they must place themselves in a better position towards society by marriage, or society really will not have any patience with their making fools of themselves. Dreadfully worldly all this sounds," said Mrs. Merdle, leaning back in her nest and putting up her glass again.
"Does it not? But it is true," said Mrs. Gowan, with a highly moral air. "My dear, it is not to be disputed for a moment," returned Mrs. Merdle, "because society has made up its mind on the subject, and there is nothing more to be said. If we were in a more primitive state, if we lived under roofs of leaves, and kept cows and sheep and creatures instead of bankers' accounts, which would be delicious, my dear, I am a pastoral to a degree by nature, well and good. But we don't live under leaves and keep cows and sheep and creatures. I perfectly exhaust myself sometimes in pointing out the distinction to Edmund Sparkler."
Mrs. Gowan, looking over her green fan when this young gentleman's name was mentioned, replied as follows.
"My love, you know the wretched state of the country, those unfortunate concessions of John Barnacle's, and you therefore know the reasons for my being as poor as Thingamy."
"A church mouse?" Mrs. Merdle suggested with a smile.
"I was thinking of the other proverbial church person, Job," said Mrs. Gowan. "Either will do. It would be idle to disguise, consequently, that there is a wide difference between the position of your son and mine. I may add, too, that Henry has talent."
"Which Edmund certainly has not," said Mrs. Merdle with the greatest suavity.
"And that his talent, combined with disappointment," Mrs. Gowan went on, "has led him into a pursuit which, dear me, you know, my dear, such being Henry's different position, the question is what is the most inferior class of marriage to which I can reconcile myself."
Mrs. Merdle was so much engaged with the contemplation of her arms, beautiful formed arms, and the very thing for bracelets, that she omitted to reply for a while. Roused at length by the silence, she folded the arms, and with admirable presence of mind looked her friend full in the face, and said interrogatively,
"Yes, and then?" "And then, my dear," said Mrs. Gowan, not quite so sweetly as before, "I should be glad to hear what you have to say to it."
Here the parrot, who had been standing on one leg since he screamed last, burst into a fit of laughter, bobbed himself derisively up and down on both legs, and finished by standing on one leg again, and pausing for a reply with his head as much awry as he could possibly twist it.
"Sounds mercenary to ask what the gentleman is to get with the lady," said Mrs. Merdle, "but society is perhaps a little mercenary, you know, my dear." "For what I can make out," said Mrs. Gowan, "I believe I may say that Henry will be relieved from debt."
"Much in debt?" asked Mrs. Merdle through her eyeglass.
"Oh, why, tolerably, I should think," said Mrs. Gowan.
"Meaning the usual thing, I understand just so," Mrs. Merdle observed in a comfortable sort of way.
"And that the father will make them an allowance of 300 a year, or perhaps altogether something more, which in Italy—"
"Oh, going to Italy?" said Mrs. Merdle.
"For Henry to study. You need be at no loss to guess why, my dear."
"That dreadful art." True. Mrs. Merdle hastened to spare the feelings of her afflicted friend. She understood. Say no more.
"And that," said Mrs. Gowan, shaking her despondent head. "That's all. That," repeated Mrs. Gowan, furling her green fan for the moment and tapping her chin with it.
It was on the way to being a double chin, might be called a chin and a half at present.
"That's all. On the death of the old people, I suppose there will be more to come, but how it may be restricted or locked up I don't know, and as to that they may live forever. My dear, they're just the kind of people to do it."
Now Mrs. Merdle, who really knew her friend's society pretty well, and who knew what society's mothers were, and what society's daughters were, and what society's matrimonial market was, and how prices ruled in it, and what scheming and counter-scheming took place for the high buyers, and what bargaining and hustling went on, thought in the depths of her capacious bosom that this was a sufficiently good catch. Knowing, however, what was expected of her, and perceiving the exact nature of the fiction to be nursed, she took it delicately in her arms, and put her required contribution of gloss upon it.
"And that is all, my dear?"
said she, heaving a friendly sigh.
Well, well, the fault is not yours. You have nothing to reproach yourself with. You must exercise the strength of mind for which you are renowned, and make the best of it. The girl's family have made, said Mrs. Gowan, of course, the most strenuous endeavours to, as the lawyers say, to have and to hold Henry. Of course they have, my dear, said Mrs. Merdle. I have persisted in every possible objection, and have worried myself morning, noon, and night for means to detach Henry from the connection. No doubt you have, my dear, said Mrs. Merdle, and all of no use. All has broken down beneath me. Now tell me, my love, am I justified in at last yielding my most reluctant consent to Henry's marrying among people not in society, or have I acted with inexcusable weakness? In answer to this direct appeal, Mrs. Merdle assured Mrs. Gowan, speaking as a priestess of society, that she was highly to be commended, that she was much to be sympathized with, that she had taken the highest of parts, and had come out of the furnace refined. And Mrs. Gowan, who of course saw through her own threadbare blind perfectly, and who knew that Mrs. Merdle saw through it perfectly, and who knew that society would see through it perfectly, came out of this form, notwithstanding, as she had gone into it, with immense complacency and gravity. The conference was held at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when all the region of Harley Street, Cavendish Square, was resonant of carriage wheels and double knocks. It had reached this point when Mr. Merdle came home from his daily occupation of causing the British name to be more and more respected in all parts of the civilized globe, capable of the appreciation of world-wide commercial enterprise and gigantic combinations of skill and capital. For, though nobody knew with the least precision what Mr. Merdle's business was, except that it was to coin money, these were the terms in which everybody defined it on all ceremonious occasions, and which it was the last new polite reading of the parable of the camel and the needle's eye to accept without inquiry. For a gentleman who had this splendid work cut out for him, Mr. Merdle looked a little common, and rather as if, in the course of his vast transactions, he had accidentally made an interchange of heads with some inferior spirit. He presented himself before the two ladies in the course of a dismal stroll through his mansion, which had no apparent object but escape from the presence of the chief butler.
"I beg your pardon," he said, stopping short in confusion. "I didn't know there was anybody here but the parrot." However, as Mrs. Merdle said, "You can come in," and as Mrs. Gowan said she was just going, and had already risen to take her leave, he came in and stood looking out at a distant window, with his hands crossed under his uneasy coat cuffs, clasping his wrists as if he were taking himself into custody. In this attitude he fell directly into a reverie from which he was only aroused by his wife's calling to him from her ottoman, when they had been for some quarter of an hour alone. "Eh? Yes?" said Mr. Merdle, turning towards her. "What is it?" "What is it?" repeated Mrs. Merdle. "It is, I suppose, that you have not heard a word of my complaint." "Your complaint, Mrs. Merdle?" said Mr. Merdle. "I didn't know that you were suffering from a complaint. What complaint?" "A complaint of you," said Mrs. Merdle. "Oh, a complaint of me," said Mr. Merdle. "What may you have to complain of in me, Mrs. Merdle?" In his withdrawing, abstracted, pondering way, it took him some time to shape this question. As a kind of faint attempt to convince himself that he was the master of the house, he concluded by presenting his forefinger to the parrot, who expressed his opinion on that subject by instantly driving his bill into it. "You were saying, Mrs. Merdle," said Mr. Merdle, with his wounded finger in his mouth, "that you had a complaint against me." "A complaint which I could scarcely show the justice of more emphatically than by having to repeat it," said Mrs. Merdle. "I might as well have stated it to the wall. I had far better stated it to the bird. He would at least have screamed." "You don't want me to scream, Mrs. Merdle, I suppose?" said Mr. Merdle, taking a chair. "Indeed, I don't know," retorted Mrs. Merdle, "but that you had better do that than be so moody and distraught. One would at least know that you were sensible of what was going on around you." "A man might scream and yet not be that, Mrs. Merdle," said Mr. Merdle heavily.
and might be dogged, as you are at present, without screaming," returned Mrs. Merdle. "That's very true. If you wish to know the complaint I make against you, it is, in so many plain words, that you really ought not to go into society unless you can accommodate yourself to society."
Mr. Merdle, so twisting his hands into what hair he had upon his head that he seemed to lift himself up by it as he started out of his chair, cried, "Why, in the name of all the infernal powers, Mrs. Merdle, who does more for society than I do? Do you see these premises, Mrs. Merdle? Do you see this furniture, Mrs. Merdle? Do you look in the glass and see yourself, Mrs. Merdle? Do you know the cost of all this, and who it's all provided for? And yet, will you tell me that I oughtn't to go into society, I, who shower money upon it in this way, I, who might always be said to harness myself to a watering cart full of money, and go about saturating society every day of my life?"
"Pray, don't be violent, Mr. Merdle," said Mrs. Merdle.
"Violent?"
said Mr. Merdle. "You are enough to make me desperate. You don't know half of what I do to accommodate society. You don't know anything of the sacrifices I make for it." "I know," returned Mrs. Merdle, "that you receive the best in the land. I know that you move in the whole society of the country, and I believe I know, indeed, not to make any ridiculous pretence about it, I know, who sustains you in it, Mr. Merdle."
"Mrs. Merdle," retorted that gentleman, wiping his dull red and yellow face, "I know that as well as you do. If you were not an ornament to society, and if I was not a benefactor to society, you and I would never have come together. When I say a benefactor to it, I mean a person who provides it with all sorts of expensive things to eat and drink and look at. But to tell me that I am not fit for it, after all I have done for it, repeated Mr. Merdle, with a wild emphasis that made his wife lift up her eyelids. "After all, to tell me I have no right to mix with it after all, is a pretty reward."
"I say," answered Mrs. Merdle composedly, "that you ought to make yourself fit for it by being more dégagée and less preoccupied. There is a positive vulgarity in carrying your business affairs about with you as you do."
"How do I carry them about, Mrs. Merdle?" asked Mr. Merdle.
"How do you carry them about?" said Mrs. Merdle. "Look at yourself in the glass."
Mr. Merdle involuntarily turned his eyes in the direction of the nearest mirror, and asked, with the slow determination of his turbid blood to his temples, whether a man was to be called to account for his digestion.
"You have a physician," said Mrs. Merdle.
"He does me no good," said Mr. Merdle. Mrs. Merdle changed her ground.
"Besides," said she, "your digestion is nonsense. I don't speak of your digestion. I speak of your manner."
"Mrs. Merdle," returned her husband, "I look to you for that. You supply manner, and I supply money."
"I don't expect you," said Mrs. Merdle, reposing easily among her cushions, "to captivate people. I don't want you to take any trouble upon yourself, or to try to be fascinating. I simply request you to care about nothing, or seem to care about nothing, as everybody else does."
"Do I ever say I care about anything?" asked Mr. Merdle.
"Say? No, nobody would attend to you if you did, but you show it."
"Show what? What do I show?" demanded Mr. Merdle hurriedly.
"I have already told you. You show that you carry your business cares and projects about, instead of leaving them in the city, or wherever else they belong to," said Mrs. Merdle, "or seeming to. Seeming would be quite enough. I ask no more. Whereas you couldn't be more occupied with your day's calculations and combinations than you habitually show yourself to be if you were a carpenter."
"A carpenter!" repeated Mr. Merdle, checking something like a groan. "I shouldn't so much mind being a carpenter, Mrs. Merdle."
"And my complaint is," pursued the lady, disregarding the low remark, "that it is not the tone of society, and that you ought to correct it, Mr. Merdle. If you have any doubt of my judgment, ask even Edmund Sparkler."
The door of the room had opened, and Mrs. Merdle now surveyed the head of her son through her glass.
"Edmund, we want you here."
Mr. Sparkler, who had merely put in his head and looked round the room without entering, as if he were searching the house for that young lady with no nonsense about her. Upon this followed up his head with his body, and stood before them, to whom, in a few easy words adapted to his capacity, Mrs. Merdle stated the question at issue. The young gentleman, after anxiously feeling his shirt collar as if it were his pulse, and he were hypochondriacal, observed that he had heard it noticed by fellers.
"Edmund Sparkler has heard it noticed," said Mrs. Merdle with languid triumph. "Why, no doubt everybody has heard it noticed," which in truth was no unreasonable inference, seeing that Mr. Sparkler would probably be the last person, in any assemblage of the human species, to receive an impression from anything that passed in his presence. "And Edmund Sparkler will tell you, I dare say," said Mrs. Merdle, waving her favourite hand towards her husband, "how he has heard it noticed."
"I couldn't," said Mr. Sparkler, after feeling his pulse as before, "couldn't undertake to say what led to it, 'cause memory desperate loose, but being in company with the brother of a deuced fine gal, well educated too, with no bigot nonsense about her, at the period alluded to—"
"There, never mind the sister," remarked Mrs. Merdle, a little impatiently. "What did the brother say?"
"Didn't say a word, ma'am," answered Mr. Sparkler. "As silent a feller as myself, equally hard up for a remark."
"Somebody said something," returned Mrs. Merdle. "Never mind who it was."
"Assure you I don't in the least," said Mr. Sparkler.
"But tell us what it was."
Mr. Sparkler referred to his pulse again, and put himself through some severe mental discipline before he replied. "Fellers referring to my governor, expression not my own, occasionally compliment my governor in a very handsome way, on being immensely rich and knowing, perfect phenomenon of Byron banker and that, but say the shop sits heavily on him, say he carried the shop about on his back rather like Jew clothesman with too much business."
"Which," said Mrs. Merdle, rising with her floating drapery about her, "is exactly my complaint. Edmund, give me your arm upstairs."
Mr. Merdle, left alone to meditate on a better conformation of himself to society, looked out of 9 windows in succession, and appeared to see 9 wastes of space. When he had thus entertained himself, he went downstairs, and looked intently at all the carpets on the ground floor, and then came upstairs again, and looked intently at all the carpets on the first floor, as if they were gloomy depths, in unison with his oppressed soul. Through all the rooms he wandered, as he always did, like the last person on earth who had any business to approach them. Let Mrs. Merdle announce, with all her might, that she was at home ever so many nights in a season, she could not announce more widely and unmistakably than Mr. Merdle did that he was never at home. At last he met the chief butler, the sight of which splendid retainer always finished him. Extinguished by this great creature, he sneaked to his dressing-room, and there remained shut up until he rode out to dinner, with Mrs. Merdle, in her own handsome chariot. At dinner, he was envied and flattered as a being of might, was treasuried, barred, and bishoped, as much as he would, and an hour after midnight came home alone, and being instantly put out again in his own hall, like a rush light by the chief butler, went sighing to bed. End of chapter the 33rd, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 34th, book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st. Chapter the 34th. A Shoal of Barnacles. Mr. Henry Gowan and the dog were established frequenters of the cottage, and the day was fixed for the wedding. There was to be a convocation of barnacles on the occasion, in order that that very high and very large family might shed as much lustre on the marriage as so dim an event was capable of receiving. To have got the whole Barnacle family together would have been impossible for 2 reasons. Firstly, because no building could have held all the members and connections of that illustrious house. Secondly, because wherever there was a square yard of ground in British occupation under the sun or moon, with a public post upon it, sticking to that post was a barnacle. No intrepid navigator could plant a flag-staff upon any spot of earth, and take possession of it in the British name, but to that spot of earth, so soon as the discovery was known, the Circumlocution Office sent out a barnacle and a dispatch box. Thus the barnacles were all over the world, in every direction, dispatch boxing the compass. But, while the so potent art of Prospero himself would have failed in summoning the barnacles from every speck of ocean and dry land on which there was nothing, except mischief, to be done and anything to be pocketed, it was perfectly feasible to assemble a good many barnacles. This Mrs. Gowan applied herself to do, calling on Mr. Meagles frequently with new additions to the list, and holding conferences with that gentleman when he was not engaged, as he generally was at this period, in examining and paying the debts of his future son-in-law, in the apartment of Scales and Scoops. One marriage guest there was, in reference to whose presence Mr. Meagles felt a nearer interest and concern than in the attendance of the most elevated barnacle expected, though he was far from insensible of the honour of having such company. This guest was Clennam, but Clennam had made a promise he held sacred, among the trees that summer night, and in the chivalry of his heart regarded it as binding him to many implied obligations. In forgetfulness of himself, and delicate service to her on all occasions, he was never to fail. To begin it, he answered Mr. Meagles cheerfully, "I shall come, of course." His partner, Daniel Doyce, was something of a stumbling block in Mr. Meagles's way, the worthy gentleman being not at all clear in his own anxious mind, but that the mingling of Daniel with official barnaclism might produce some explosive combination, even at a marriage breakfast. The national offender, however, lightened him of his uneasiness by coming down to Twickenham, to represent that he begged, with the freedom of an old friend, and as a favour to one, that he might not be invited. "For," said he, "as my business with this set of gentlemen was to do a public duty and a public service, and as their business with me was to prevent it by wearing my soul out, I think we had better not eat and drink together with the show of being of one mind." Mr. Meagles was much amused by his friend's oddity, and patronized him with a more protecting air of allowance than usual, when he rejoined, "Well, well done. You shall have your own crotchety way." To Mr. Henry Gowan, as the time approached, Clennam tried to convey by all quiet and unpretending means that he was frankly and disinterestedly desirous of tendering him any friendship he would accept. Mr. Gowan treated him in return with his usual ease, and with his usual show of confidence, which was no confidence at all. "You see, Clennam," he happened to remark in the course of conversation one day, when they were walking near the cottage within a week of the marriage, "I am a disappointed man, that you know already." "Upon my word," said Clennam, a little embarrassed, "I scarcely know how." "Why," returned Gowan, "I belong to a clan, or a clique, or a family, or a connection, or whatever you like to call it, that might have provided for me in any one of 50 ways, and that took it into its head not to do it at all. So here I am, a poor devil of an artist." Clennam was beginning, but on the other hand, when Gowan took him up, "Yes, yes, I know. I have the good fortune of being beloved by a beautiful and charming girl whom I love with all my heart." Is there much of it? Clennam thought, and as he thought it, felt ashamed of himself. "And of finding a father-in-law who is a capital fellow and a liberal good old boy. Still, I had other prospects washed and combed into my childish head when it was washed and combed for me, and I took them to a public school when I washed and combed it for myself, and I am here without them, and thus I am a disappointed man." Clennam thought, and as he thought it, again felt ashamed of himself. Was this notion of being disappointed in life an assertion of station which the bridegroom brought into the family as his property, having already carried it detrimentally into his pursuit? And was it a hopeful or a promising thing anywhere? "Not bitterly disappointed, I think," he said aloud. "Hang it, no, not bitterly," laughed Gowan. "My people are not worth that, though they are charming fellows, and I have the greatest affection for them. Besides, it's pleasant to show them that I can do without them, and that they may all go to the devil. And besides, again, most men are disappointed in life, somehow or other, and influenced by their disappointment. But it's a dear good world, and I love it." "It lies fair before you now," said Arthur. "Fair as this summer river," cried the other, with enthusiasm, "and by Jove I glow with admiration of it, and with ardour to run a race in it. It's the best of old worlds, and my calling, the best of old callings, isn't it?" "Full of interest and ambition, I conceive," said Clennam. "And imposition," added Gowan, laughing. "We won't leave out the imposition. I hope I may not break down in that. But there, my being a disappointed man may show itself. I may not be able to face it out gravely enough. Between you and me, I think there is some danger of my being just enough soured not to be able to do that." "To do what?" asked Clennam. "To keep it up, to help myself in my turn, as the man before me helps himself in his, and pass the bottle of smoke. To keep up the pretence as to labour and study and patience and being devoted to my art and giving up many solitary days to it, and abandoning many pleasures for it, and living in it, and all the rest of it, in short, to pass the bottle of smoke according to rule. But it is well for a man to respect his own vocation, whatever it is, and to think himself bound to uphold it, and to claim for it the respect it deserves, is it not?" Arthur reasoned. "And your vocation, Gowan, may really demand this suit and service. I confess I should have thought that all art did." "What a good fellow you are, Clennam!" exclaimed the other, stopping to look at him, as if with irrepressible admiration. "What a capital fellow! You have never been disappointed. That's easy to see." It would have been so cruel if he had meant it, that Clennam firmly resolved to believe he did not mean it. Gowan, without pausing, laid his hand upon his shoulder, and laughingly and lightly went on. "Clennam, I don't like to dispel your generous visions, and I would give any money, if I had any, to live in such a rose-coloured mist. But what I do in my trade, I do to sell. What all we fellows do, we do to sell. If we didn't want to sell it for the most we can get for it, we shouldn't do it. Being work, it has to be done, but it's easily enough done. All the rest is hocus-pocus. Now, here's one of the advantages or disadvantages of knowing a disappointed man. You hear the truth." Whatever he had heard, and whether it deserved that name or another, it sank into Clennam's mind. It so took root there that he began to fear Henry Gowan would always be a trouble to him, and that so far he had gained little or nothing from the dismissal of nobody, with all his inconsistencies, anxieties, and contradictions. He found a contest still always going on in his breast between his promise to keep Gowan in none but good aspects before the mind of Mr. Meagles, and his enforced observation of Gowan in aspects that he had no good in them. Nor could he quite support his own conscientious nature against misgivings that he distorted and discoloured himself by reminding himself that he never sought those discoveries, and that he would have avoided them with willingness and great relief. For he never could forget what he had been. And he knew that he had once disliked Gowan for no better reason than that he had come in his way. Harassed by these thoughts, he now began to wish the marriage over, Gowan and his young wife gone, and himself left to fulfil his promise and discharge the generous function he had accepted. This last week was, in truth, an uneasy interval for the whole house. Before Pet, or before Gowan, Mr. Meagles was radiant, but Clennam had more than once found him alone, with his view of the scales and scoop much blurred, and had often seen him look after the lovers, in the garden or elsewhere, when he was not seen by them, with the old clouded face on which Gowan had fallen like a shadow. In the arrangement of the house for the great occasion, many little reminders of the old travels of the father and mother and daughter had to be disturbed and passed from hand to hand, and sometimes, in the midst of these mute witnesses to the life they had had together, even Pet herself would yield to lamenting and weeping. Mrs. Meagles, the blithest and busiest of mothers, went about singing and cheering everybody, but she, honest soul, had her flights into store-rooms, where she would cry until her eyes were red, and would then come out, attributing that appearance to pickled onions and pepper, and singing clearer than ever. Mrs. Tickit, finding no balsam for a wounded mind in Buchan's domestic medicine, suffered greatly from low spirits, and from moving recollections of Minnie's infancy. When the latter was powerful with her, she usually sent up secret messages importing that she was not in parlour condition as to her attire, and that she solicited a sight of her child in the kitchen. There she would bless her child's face, and bless her child's heart, and hug her child, in a medley of tears and congratulations, chopping boards, rolling pins, and pie crust, with the tenderness of an old attached servant, which is a very pretty tenderness indeed. But all days come that are to be, and the marriage day was to be, and it came. And with it came all the Barnacles who were bidden to the feast. There was Mr. Tite Barnacle, from the Circumlocution Office, and Mew Street, Grosvenor Square, with the expensive Mrs. Tite Barnacle, née Stiltstalking, who made the quarter-day so long in coming, and the 3 expensive Miss Tite Barnacles, double-loaded with accomplishments and ready to go off, and yet not going off with the sharpness of flash and bang that might have been expected, but rather hanging fire. There was Barnacle Junior, also from the Circumlocution Office, leaving the tonnage of the country, which he was somehow supposed to take under his protection, to look after itself, and, sooth to say, not at all impairing the efficiency of its protection by leaving it alone. There was the engaging young Barnacle, deriving from the sprightly side of the family, also from the Circumlocution Office, gaily and agreeably helping the occasion along, and treating it, in his sparkling way, as one of the official forms and fees of the church department of how not to do it. There were 3 other young Barnacles from 3 other offices, insipid to all the senses, and terribly in want of seasoning, doing the marriage as they would have done the Nile, Old Rome, the New Singer, or Jerusalem. But there was greater game than this. There was Lord Decimus Tite Barnacle himself, in the odour of circumlocution, with the very smell of dispatch boxes upon him. Yes, there was Lord Decimus Tite Barnacle, who had risen to official heights on the wings of one indignant idea, and that was, my lords, that I am yet to be told that it behoves a minister of this free country to set bounds to the philanthropy, to cramp the charity, to fetter the public spirit, to contract the enterprise, to damp the independent self-reliance of its people. That was, in other words, that this great statesman was always yet to be told that it behoved the pilot of the ship to do anything but prosper in the private loaf and fish trade ashore, the crew being able, by dint of hard pumping, to keep the ship above water without him. On this sublime discovery in the great art how not to do it, Lord Decimus had long sustained the highest glory of the Barnacle family, and let any ill-advised member of either house but try how to do it by bringing in a bill to do it, that bill was as good as dead and buried when Lord Decimus Tite Barnacle rose up in his place and solemnly said, soaring into indignant majesty as the Circumlocution cheering soared around him, that he was yet to be told, my lords, that it behoved him as the minister of this free country, to set bounds to the philanthropy, to cramp the charity, to fetter the public spirit, to contract the enterprise, to damp the independent self-reliance of its people. The discovery of this behoving machine was the discovery of the political perpetual motion. It never wore out, though it was always going round and round in all the state departments. And there, with his noble friend and relative Lord Decimus, was William Barnacle, who had made the ever-famous coalition with Tudor Stiltstalking, and who always kept ready his own particular recipe for how not to do it, sometimes tapping the speaker and drawing it fresh out of him with, "First, I will beg you, sir, to inform the House what precedent we have for the course into which the honourable gentleman would precipitate us," sometimes asking the honourable gentleman to favour him with his own version of the precedent, sometimes telling the honourable gentleman that he, William Barnacle, would search for a precedent, and oftentimes crushing the honourable gentleman flat on the spot by telling him there was no precedent. But precedent and precipitate were, under all circumstances, the well-matched pair of battle horses of this able circumlocutionist, no matter that the unhappy honourable gentleman had been trying in vain, for 25 years, to precipitate William Barnacle into this. William Barnacle still put it to the House, and, at second hand or so, to the country, whether he was to be precipitated into this, no matter that it was utterly irreconcilable with the nature of things and course of events, that the wretched honourable gentleman could possibly produce a precedent for this. William Barnacle would nevertheless thank the honourable gentleman for that ironical cheer, and would close with him upon that issue, and would tell him to his teeth that there was no precedent for this. It might perhaps have been objected that the William Barnacle wisdom was not high wisdom, or the earth it bamboozled would never have been made, or, if made in a rash mistake, would have remained blank mud. But precedent and precipitate together frightened all objection out of most people. And there, too, was another Barnacle, a lively one, who had leaped through 20 places in quick succession, and was always in 2 or 3 at once, and who was the much respected inventor of an art which he practised with great success and admiration in all Barnacle governments. This was, when he was asked a parliamentary question on any one topic, to return an answer on any other. It had done immense service, and brought him into high esteem with the Circumlocution Office. And there, too, was a sprinkling of less distinguished parliamentary Barnacles who had not as yet got anything snug, and were going through their probation to prove their worthiness. These Barnacles perched upon staircases and hidden passages, waiting their orders to make houses, or not to make houses. And they did all their hearing, and owing, and cheering, and barking, under directions from the heads of the family, and they put dummy motions on the paper in the way of other men's motions, and they stole disagreeable subjects off until late in the night and late in the session, and then with virtuous patriotism cried out that it was too late. And they went down into the country whenever they were sent, and swore that Lord Decimus had revived trade from a swoon, and commerce from a fit, and had doubled the harvest of corn, quadrupled the harvest of hay, and prevented no end of gold from flying out of the bank. Also these Barnacles were dealt, by the heads of the family, like so many cards below the court cards, to public meetings and dinners, where they bore testimony to all sorts of services on the part of their noble and honourable relatives, and buttered the Barnacles on all sorts of toasts. And they stood, under similar orders, at all sorts of elections, and they turned out of their own seats, on the shortest notice and the most unreasonable terms, to let in other men. And they fetched and carried, and toadied and jobbed, and corrupted, and ate heaps of dirt, and were indefatigable in the public service. And there was not a list in all the Circumlocution Office of places that might fall vacant anywhere within half a century, from a Lord of the Treasury to a Chinese consul, and up again to a Governor-General of India, but as applicants for such places, the names of some or of every one of these hungry and adhesive Barnacles were down. It was necessarily but a sprinkling of any class of Barnacles that attended the marriage, for there were not 20 in all, and what is that subtracted from a legion? But the sprinkling was a swarm in the Twickenham cottage, and filled it. A Barnacle assisted by a Barnacle married the happy pair, and it behoved Lord Decimus Tite Barnacle himself to conduct Mrs. Meagles to breakfast. The entertainment was not as agreeable and natural as it might have been. Mr. Meagles, hove down by his good company while he highly appreciated it, was not himself. Mrs. Gowan was herself, and that did not improve him. The fiction that it was not Mr. Meagles who had stood in the way, but that it was the family greatness, and that the family greatness had made a concession, and there was now a soothing unanimity pervaded the affair, though it was never openly expressed. Then the Barnacles felt that they for their parts would have done with the Meagleses when the present patronizing occasion was over, and the Meagleses felt the same for their parts. Then Gowan, asserting his rights as a disappointed man who had his grudge against the family, and who perhaps had allowed his mother to have them there, as much in the hope it might give them some annoyance as with any other benevolent object, aired his pencil and his poverty ostentatiously before them, and told them he hoped in time to settle a crust of bread and cheese on his wife, and that he begged such of them as, more fortunate than himself, came in for any good thing, and could buy a picture to please to remember the poor painter. Then Lord Decimus, who was a wonder on his own parliamentary pedestal,
turned out to be the windiest creature here, proposing happiness to the bride and bridegroom in a series of platitudes that would have made the hair of any sincere disciple and believer stand on end, and trotting, with the complacency of an idiotic elephant, among howling labyrinths of sentences which he seemed to take for high roads, and never so much as wanted to get out of. Then Mr. Tite Barnacle could not but feel that there was a person in company who would have disturbed his lifelong sitting to Sir Thomas Lawrence in full official character, if such disturbance had been possible, while Barnacle junior did, with indignation, communicate to two vapid gentlemen, his relatives, that there was a feller here, look here, who had come to our department without an appointment and said he wanted to know, you know, and that, look here, if he was to break out now, as he might, you know, for you never could tell what an ungentlemanly radical of that sort would be up to next, and was to say, look here, that he wanted to know this moment, you know, that would be jolly, wouldn't it? The pleasantest part of the occasion by far to Clennam was the painfullest. When Mr. and Mrs. Meagles at last hung about Pet in the room with the two pictures, where the company were not, before going with her to the threshold, which she could never recross to be the old Pet, and the old Delight, nothing could be more natural and simple than the three were. Gowan himself was touched, and answered Mr. Meagles's, "Oh, Gowan, take care of her, take care of her," with an earnest, "Don't be so broken-hearted, sir, by heaven I will." And so, with the last sobs and last loving words, and a last look to Clennam of confidence in his promise, Pet fell back in the carriage, and her husband waved his hand, and they were away for Dover, though not until the faithful Mrs. Tickit, in her silk gown and jet-black curls, had rushed out from some hiding-place, and thrown both her shoes after the carriage, an apparition which occasioned great surprise to the distinguished company at the windows. The said company being now relieved from further attendance, and the chief Barnacles being rather hurried, for they had it in hand just then to send a mail or two, which was in danger of going straight to its destination, beating about the seas like the Flying Dutchman, and to arrange with complexity for the stoppage of a good deal of important business otherwise in peril of being done, went their several ways, with all affability conveying to Mr. and Mrs. Meagles that general assurance that what they had been doing there, they had been doing at a sacrifice for Mr. and Mrs. Meagles's good, which they always conveyed to Mr. John Bull in their official condescension to that most unfortunate creature. A miserable blank remained in the house, and in the hearts of the father and mother and Clennam. Mr. Meagles called only one remembrance to his aid, that really did him good. "It's very gratifying, Arthur," he said, "after all, to look back upon." "The past?" said Clennam. "Yes, but I mean the company." It had made him much more low and unhappy at the time, but now it really did him good. "It's very gratifying," he said, often repeating the remark in the course of the evening. "Such high company." End of chapter the 34th, Book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 35th, Book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, Chapter the 35th. What was behind Mr. Pang's on Little Dorrit's hand? It was at this time that Mr. Panks, in discharge of his compact with Clennam, revealed to him the whole of his gipsy story, and told him Little Dorrit's fortune. Her father was heir at law to a great estate that had long lain unknown of, unclaimed and accumulating. His right was now clear, nothing interposed in his way, the Marshalsea gate stood open, the Marshalsea walls were down, a few flourishes of his pen, and he was extremely rich. In his tracking out of the claim to its complete establishment, Mr. Panks had shown a sagacity that nothing could baffle, and a patience and secrecy that nothing could tire. "I little thought, sir," said Panks, "when you and I crossed Smithfield that night,
and I told you what sort of a collector I was, that this would come of it. I little thought, sir, when I told you you were not of the Clenhams of Cornwall, that I was ever going to tell you who were of the Dorrits of Dorsetshire." He then went on to detail how, having that name recorded in his note-book, he was first attracted by the name alone; how, having often found two exactly similar names, even belonging to the same place, to involve no traceable consanguinity, near or distant, he did not at first give much heed to this, except in the way of speculation, as to what a surprising change would be made in the condition of a little seamstress, if she could be shown to have any interest in so large a property; how he rather supposed himself to have pursued the idea into its next degree, because there was something uncommon in the quiet little seamstress, which pleased him and provoked his curiosity; how he had felt his way inch by inch, and "moulded out, sir," that was Mr. Pank's expression, grain by grain; how, in the beginning of the labour described by this new verb, and to render which the most expressive Mr. Panks shut his eyes in pronouncing it, and shook his hair over them, he had alternated from sudden lights and hopes to sudden darkness and no hopes, and back again, and back again; how he had made acquaintances in the prison, expressly that he might come and go there as all other comers and goers did; and how his first ray of light was unconsciously given him by Mr. Dorrit himself and by his son, to both of whom he easily became known; with both of whom he talked much, casually, "but always mauling, you'll observe," said Mr. Panks, and from whom he derived, without being at all suspected, 2 or 3 little points of family history, which, as he began to hold clues of his own, suggested others; how it had at length become plain to Mr. Panks that he had made a real discovery of the heir at law to a great fortune, and that his discovery had but to be ripened to legal fullness and perfection; how he had thereupon sworn his landlord, Mr. Rugg, to secrecy in a solemn manner, and taken him into moulding partnership; how they had employed John Chivery as their sole clerk and agent, seeing to whom he was devoted; and how, until the present hour, when authorities mighty in the bank and learned in the law declared their successful labours ended, they had confided in no other human being. "So if the whole thing had broken down, sir," concluded Panks, "at the very last, say the day before the other day when I showed you our papers in the prison yard, or say that very day, nobody but ourselves would have been cruelly disappointed, or a penny the worse." Clenham, who had been almost incessantly shaking hands with him throughout the narrative, was reminded by this to say, in an amazement which even the preparation he had had for the main disclosure smoothed down, "My dear Mr. Panks, this must have cost you a great sum of money." "Pretty well, sir," said the triumphant Panks. "No trifle, though we did it as cheap as it could be done. And the outlay was a difficulty, let me tell you." "A difficulty?" repeated Clenham. "But the difficulties you have so wonderfully conquered in the whole business," shaking his hand again. "I'll tell you how I did it," said the delighted Panks, putting his hair into a condition as elevated as himself. "First, I spent all I had of my own. That wasn't much." "I am sorry for it," said Clenham. "Not that it matters now, though. Then, what did you do?" "Then," answered Panks, "I borrowed a sum of my proprietor." "Of Mr. Casby?" said Clenham. "He's a fine old fellow." "Noble old boy, ain't he?" said Mr. Panks, entering on a series of the driest snorts. "Generous old buck, confiding old boy, philanthropic old buck, benevolent old boy. 20%. I engage to pay him, sir, but we never do business for less at our shop." Arthur felt an awkward consciousness of having, in his exultant condition, been a little premature. "I said to that boiling over old Christian," Mr. Panks pursued, appearing greatly to relish this descriptive epithet, "that I had got a little project on hand, a hopeful one. I told him a hopeful one, which wanted a certain small capital. I proposed to him to lend me the money on my note, which he did at 20, sticking the 20 on a business-like way, and putting it into the note, to look like a part of the principal. If I had broken down after that, I should have been his grabber for the next 7 years at half wages and double grind. But he's a perfect patriarch, and it would do a man good to serve him on such terms, on any terms."
Arthur for his life could not have said with confidence whether Panks really thought so or not.
"When that was gone, sir," resumed Panks, "and it did go, though I dribbled it out like so much blood, I had taken Mr. Rugg into the secret. I proposed to borrow of Mr. Rugg, or of Miss Rugg, it's the same thing. She made a little money by a speculation in the Common Pleas once. He lent it at 10, and thought that pretty high. But Mr. Rugg's a red-haired man, sir, and gets his hair cut. And as to the crown of his hat, it's high. And as to the brim of his hat, it's narrow. And there's no more benevolence bubbling out of him than out of a ninepin."
"Your own recompense for all this, Mr. Panks," said Clennam, "ought to be a large one."
"I don't mistrust getting it, sir," said Panks. "I have made no bargain. I owed you one on that score. Now I have paid it. Money out of pocket made good, time fairly allowed for, and Mr. Rugg's bill settled. £1,000 would be a fortune to me. That matter I place in your hands. I authorize you now to break all this to the family in any way you think best. Miss Amy Dorrit will be with Mrs. Finching this morning. The sooner done the better. Can't be done too soon."
This conversation took place in Clennam's bedroom, while he was yet in bed, for Mr. Panks had knocked up the house and made his way in very early in the morning, and without once sitting down or standing still, had delivered himself of the whole of his details, illustrated with a variety of documents, at the bedside. He now said he would go and look up Mr. Rugg, from whom his excited state of mind appeared to require another back, and bundling up his papers, and exchanging one more hearty shake of the hand with Clennam, he went at full speed downstairs, and steamed off. Clennam, of course, resolved to go direct to Mr. Casby's. He dressed and got out so quickly that he found himself at the corner of the Patriarchal Street, nearly an hour before her time, but he was not sorry to have the opportunity of calming himself with a leisurely walk. When he returned to the street, and had knocked at the bright brass knocker, he was informed that she had come, and was shown upstairs to Flora's breakfast-room. Little Dorrit was not there herself, but Flora was, and testified the greatest amazement at seeing him.
"Good gracious, Arthur, Doyce, and Clennam!" cried that lady. "Who would have ever thought of seeing such a sight as this, and pray excuse a wrapper, for upon my word I really never, and a faded check too, which is worse, but our little friend is making me a, not that I need mind mentioning it to you, for you must know that there are such things as skirt, and having arranged that a trying on should take place after breakfast is the reason, though I wish not so badly starched."
"I ought to make an apology," said Arthur, "for so early and abrupt a visit, but you will excuse it when I tell you the cause."
"In times forever fled, Arthur," returned Mrs. Finching. "Pray excuse me, Doyce and Clennam, infinitely more correct, and though unquestionably distant still, this distance lends enchantment to the view. At least I don't mean that, and if I did, I suppose it would depend considerably on the nature of the view, but I am running on again, and you put it all out of my head." She glanced at him tenderly, and resumed. "In times forever fled, I was going to say it would have sounded strange indeed for Arthur Clennam, Doyce and Clennam naturally quite different, to make apologies for coming here at any time, but that is past, and what is past can never be recalled except in his own case, as poor Mr. F. said when he was in spirits, cucumber, and therefore never at it." She was making the tea when Arthur came in, and now hastily finished that operation. "Papa," she said, all mystery and whisper, as she shut down the teapot lid, "is sitting prosingly breaking his new laid egg in the back parlour over the city article, exactly like the woodpecker tapping, and need never know that you are here, and our little friend, you are well aware, may be fully trusted when she comes down from cutting out on the large table overhead." Arthur then told her, in the fewest words, that it was their little friend he came to see, and what he had to announce to their little friend, at which astounding intelligence Flora clasped her hands, fell into a tremble, and shed tears of sympathy and pleasure, like the good-natured creature she really was. "For goodness' sake, let me get out of the way first," said Flora, putting her hands to her ears and moving towards the door, for I know I shall go off dead and screaming and make everybody worse, and the dear little thing only this morning looking so nice and neat and good, and yet so poor, and now a fortune is she really, and deserves it too. And might I mention it to Mr. F.'s aunt, Arthur, not Doris and Clennam, for this once, or if objectionable, not on any account?"
Arthur nodded his free permission, since Flora shut out all verbal communication. Flora nodded in return to thank him, and hurried out of the room. Little Dorrit's step was already on the stairs, and in another moment she was at the door. Do what he could to compose his face, he could not convey so much of an ordinary expression into it, but that the moment she saw it, she dropped her work and cried,
"Mr. Clennam, what's the matter?"
"Nothing, nothing. That is, no misfortune has happened. I have come to tell you something, but it is a piece of great good fortune."
"Good fortune?"
"Wonderful fortune." They stood in a window, and her eyes full of light were fixed upon his face. He put an arm about her, seeing her likely to sink down. She put a hand upon that arm, partly to rest upon it, and partly so to preserve their relative positions, as that her intent look at him should be shaken by no change of attitude in either of them. Her lips seemed to repeat, "Wonderful fortune." He repeated it again, aloud. "Dear little Dorrit, your father—" The ice of the pale face broke at the word, and little lights and shoots of expression passed all over it. They were all expressions of pain. Her breath was faint and hurried. Her heart beat fast. He would have clasped the little figure closer, but he saw that the eyes appealed to him not to be moved. "Your father can be free within this week. He does not know it. We must go to him from here to tell him of it. Your father will be free within a few days. Your father will be free within a few hours. Remember, we must go to him from here to tell him of it." That brought her back. Her eyes were closing, but they opened again. "This is not all the good fortune. This is not all the wonderful good fortune, my dear little Dorrit. Shall I tell you more?" Her lips shaped, "Yes." "Your father will be no beggar when he is free. He will want for nothing. Shall I tell you more? Remember, he knows nothing of it. We must go to him from here to tell him of it." She seemed to entreat him for a little time. He held her in his arm, and, after a pause, bent down his ear to listen. "Did you ask me to go on?" "Yes." "He will be a rich man. He is a rich man. A great sum of money is waiting to be paid over to him as his inheritance. You are all henceforth very wealthy. Bravest and best of children, I thank heaven that you are rewarded." As he kissed her, she turned her head towards his shoulder, and raised her arm towards his neck, cried out, "Father! Father! Father!" and swooned away. Upon which Flora returned to take care of her, and hovered about her on a sofa, intermingling kind offices and incoherent scraps of conversation in a manner so confounding, that whether she pressed the Marshalsea to take a spoonful of unclaimed dividends, for it would do her good, or whether she congratulated little Dorrit's father on coming into possession of 100,000 smelling bottles, or whether she explained that she put 75,000 drops of spirits of lavender on 50,000 pounds of lump sugar, and that she entreated little Dorrit to take that gentle restorative, or whether she bathed the foreheads of Doris and Clennam in vinegar, and gave the late Mr. F. more air, no one with any sense of responsibility could have undertaken to decide. A tributary stream of confusion, moreover, poured in from an adjoining bedroom, where Mr. F.'s aunt appeared, from the sound of her voice, to be in a horizontal posture awaiting her breakfast, and from which bower that inexorable lady snapped off short taunts, whenever she could get a hearing, as, "Don't believe it's his doing," and "He needn't take no credit to himself for it," and "It'll be long enough, I expect, afore he'll give up any of his own money," all designed to disparage Clennam's share in the discovery, and to relieve those inveterate feelings with which Mr. F.'s aunt regarded him. But little Dorrit's solicitude to get to her father, and to carry the joyful tidings to him, and not to leave him in his jail a moment with this happiness in store for him and still unknown to him, did more for her speedy restoration than all the skill and attention on earth could have done.
come with me to my dear father. Pray come and tell my dear father," were the first words she said. Her father, her father. She spoke of nothing but him, thought of nothing but him. Kneeling down and pouring out her thankfulness with uplifted hands, her thanks were for her father. Flora's tenderness was quite overcome by this, and she launched out among the cups and saucers into a wonderful flow of tears and speech.
"I declare," she sobbed, "I never was so cut up since your mamma and my papa not Doyce and Clennam for this once, but give the precious little thing a cup of tea, and make her put it to her lips at least. Pray, Arthur, do. Not even Mr. F.'s last illness, for that was of another kind, and gout is not a child's affection, though very painful for all parties, and Mr. F. a martyr with his leg upon a rest, and the wine trade in itself inflammatory, for they will do it more or less among themselves, and who can wonder? It seems like a dream. I am sure to think of nothing at all this morning, and now mines of money, is it really? But you must know, my darling love, because you never will be strong enough to tell him all about it upon teaspoons. Mightn't it be even best to try the directions of my own medical man? For though the flavour is anything but agreeable, still I force myself to do it as a prescription and find the benefit. You'd rather not? Why, no, my dear, I'd rather not, but still I do it as a duty. Everybody will congratulate you, some in earnest and some not, and many will congratulate you with all their hearts, but none more so, I do assure you, from the bottom of my own. I do myself, though sensible of blundering and being stupid, and will be judged by Arthur, not Doyce and Clennam, for this once. So good-bye, darling, and God bless you, and may you be very happy, and excuse the liberty, vowing that the dress shall never be finished by anybody else, but shall be laid by for a keepsake just as it is, and called Little Dorrit, though why that strangest of denominations at any time I never did myself, and now I never shall."
Thus Flora, in taking leave of her favourite. Little Dorrit thanked her and embraced her over and over again, and finally came out of the house with Clennam, and took coach for the Marshalsea. It was a strangely unreal ride through the old squalid streets, with the sensation of being raised out of them into an airy world of wealth and grandeur. When Arthur told her that she would soon ride in her own carriage through very different scenes, when all the familiar experiences would have vanished away, she looked frightened. But when he substituted her father for herself, and told her how he would ride in his carriage, and how great and grand he would be, her tears of joy and innocent pride fell fast. Seeing that the happiness her mind could realize was all shining upon him, Arthur kept that single figure before her. And so they rode brightly through the poor streets in the prison neighbourhood, to carry him the great news. When Mr. Chivery, who was on duty, admitted them into the lodge, he saw something in their faces which filled him with astonishment. He stood looking after them when they hurried into the prison, as though he perceived that they had come back accompanied by a ghost apiece. 2 or 3 collegians whom they passed looked after them too, and presently joining Mr. Chivery, formed a little group on the lodge steps, in the midst of which there spontaneously originated a whisper that the father was going to get his discharge. Within a few minutes it was heard in the remotest room in the college. Little Dorrit opened the door from without, and they both entered. He was sitting in his old grey gown and his old black cap, in the sunlight by the window, reading his newspaper. His glasses were in his hand, and he had just looked round, surprised at first, no doubt, by her step upon the stairs, not expecting her until night, surprised again by seeing Arthur Clennam in her company. As they came in, the same unwonted look in both of them which had already caught attention in the yard below struck him. He did not rise or speak, but laid down his glasses and his newspaper on the table beside him, and looked at them with his mouth a little open and his lips trembling. When Arthur put out his hand, he touched it, but not with his usual state, and then he turned to his daughter, who had sat down close beside him with her hands upon his shoulder, and looked attentively in her face.
"Father, I have been made so happy this morning."
"You have been made so happy, my dear?"
"By Mr. Clennam, father. He brought me such joyful and wonderful intelligence about you. If he had not with his great kindness and gentleness prepared me for it, father, I think I could have not borne it."
Her agitation was exceedingly great, and the tears rolled down her face. He put his hand suddenly to his heart, and looked at Clennam. "Compose yourself, sir," said Clennam, "and take a little time to think of the brightest and most fortunate accidents of life. We have all heard of great surprises of joy. They are not at an end, sir. They are rare, but not at an end."
"Mr. Clennam, not at an end? Not at an end for—"
He touched himself upon the breast instead of saying me. "No," returned Clennam.
"What surprise?"
he asked, keeping his left hand over his heart, and there stopping in his speech, while with his right hand he put his glasses exactly level on the table.
"What such surprise can be in store for me?"
"Let me answer with another question. Tell me, Mr. Dorrit, what surprise would be the most unlooked for and the most acceptable to you? Do not be afraid to imagine it, or to say what it would be." He looked steadfastly at Clennam, and so looking at him seemed to change into a very old haggard man. The sun was bright upon the wall beyond the window, and on the spikes at top. He slowly stretched out the hand that had been upon his heart, and pointed at the wall. "It is down," said Clennam. "Gone." He remained in the same attitude, looking steadfastly at him. "And in its place," said Clennam slowly and distinctly, "are the means to possess and enjoy the utmost that they have so long shut out. Mr. Dorrit, there is not the smallest doubt that within a few days you will be free and highly prosperous. I congratulate you with all my soul on this change of fortune, and on the happy future into which you are soon to carry the treasure you have been blessed with here, the best of all the riches you can have elsewhere, the treasure at your side." With those words he pressed his hand and released it, and his daughter, laying her face against his, encircled him in the hour of his prosperity with her arms, as she had in the long years of his adversity encircled him with her love and toil and truth, and poured out her full heart in gratitude, hope, joy, blissful ecstasy, and all for him.
"I shall see him as I never saw him yet. I shall see my dear love, with the dark cloud cleared away. I shall see him as my poor mother saw him long ago. Oh, my dear, my dear! Oh, father, father! Oh, thank God, thank God!"
He yielded himself to her kisses and caresses, but did not return them, except that he put an arm about her. Neither did he say one word. His steadfast look was now divided between her and Clennam, and he began to shake as if he were very cold. Explaining to little Dorrit that he would run to the coffee-house for a bottle of wine, Arthur fetched it with all the haste he could use. While it was being brought from the cellar to the bar, a number of excited people asked him what had happened, when he hurriedly informed them that Mr. Dorrit had succeeded to a fortune. On coming back with the wine in his hand, he found that she had placed her father in his easy-chair and had loosened his shirt and neckcloth. They filled a tumbler with wine, and held it to his lips. When he had swallowed a little, he took the glass himself and emptied it. Soon after that he leaned back in his chair and cried, with his handkerchief before his face. After this had lasted a while, Clennam thought it a good season for diverting his attention from the main surprise, by relating its details. Slowly, therefore, and in a quiet tone of voice, he explained them as best he could, and enlarged on the nature of Pank's service.
He shall be handsomely recompensed, sir,"
said the father, starting up and moving hurriedly about the room.
"Assure yourself, Mr. Clennam, that everybody concerned shall be nobly rewarded. No one, my dear sir, shall say that he has an unsatisfied claim against me. I shall repay the advances I have had from you, sir, with peculiar pleasure. I beg to be informed at your earliest convenience what advances you have made my son."
He had no purpose in going about the room, but he was not still a moment.
"Everybody," he said, "shall be remembered. I will not go away from here in anybody's debt. All the people who have been well behaved towards myself and my family shall be rewarded. Chivery shall be rewarded. Young John shall be rewarded. I particularly wish and intend to act munificently, Mr. Clennam."
"Will you allow me," said Arthur, laying his purse on the table, "to supply any present contingencies, Mr. Dorrit? I thought it best to bring a sum of money for the purpose."
"Thank you, sir, thank you. I accept with readiness at the present moment what I could not an hour ago have conscientiously taken. I am obliged to you for the temporary accommodation, exceedingly temporary, but well timed, well timed."
His hand had closed upon the money, and he carried it about with him.
"Be so kind, sir, as to add the amount to those former advances to which I have already referred, being careful, if you please, not to omit advances made to my son. A mere verbal statement of the gross amount is all I shall require."
His eye fell upon his daughter at this point, and he stopped for a moment to kiss her and to pat her head.
"It will be necessary to find a milliner, my love, and to make a speedy and complete change in your very plain dress. Something must be done with Maggie too, who at present is, barely respectable, and your sister Amy, and your brother, and my brother your uncle, poor soul, I trust this will rouse him. Messengers must be dispatched to fetch them. They must be informed of this. We must break it to them cautiously, but they must be informed directly. We owe it as a duty to them and to ourselves from this moment not to let them do anything."
This was the first intimation he had ever given that he was privy to the fact that they did something for a livelihood. He was still jogging about the room, with the purse clutched in his hand, when a great cheering arose in the yard. "The news has spread already," said Clennam, looking down from the window. "Will you show yourself to them, Mr. Dorrit? They are very earnest, and they evidently wish it."
I confess I could have desired Amy, my dear," he said, jogging about in a more feverish flutter than before, "to have made some change in my dress first, and to have bought a watch and chain. But if it must be done as it is, it must be done. Fasten the collar of my shirt, my dear. Mr. Clennam, would you oblige me? With a blue neckcloth you will find in that drawer at your elbow. Button my coat across at the chest, my love. It looks broader, buttoned."
With his trembling hand he pushed his grey hair up, and then, taking Clennam and his daughter for supporters, appeared at the window leaning on an arm of each. The collegians cheered him very heartily, and he kissed his hand to them with great urbanity and protection. When he withdrew into the room again, he said,
"Poor creatures,"
in a tone of much pity for their miserable condition. Little Dorrit was deeply anxious that he should lie down to compose himself. On Arthur speaking to her of his going to inform Panks that he might now appear as soon as he would, and pursue the joyful business to its close, she entreated him in a whisper to stay with her until her father should be quite calm and at rest. He needed no second entreaty, and she prepared her father's bed, and begged him to lie down. For another half-hour or more he would be persuaded to do nothing but go about the room, discussing with himself the probabilities for and against the Marshal's allowing the whole of the prisoners to go to the windows of the official residence, which commanded the street, to see himself and family depart for ever in a carriage, which, he said, he thought would be a sight for them. But gradually he began to droop and tire, and at last stretched himself upon the bed. She took her faithful place beside him, fanning him and cooling his forehead, and he seemed to be falling asleep, always with the money in his hand, when he unexpectedly sat up and said,
"Mr. Clennam, I beg your pardon. Am I to understand, my dear sir, that I could pass through the lodge at this moment and take a walk?"
"I think not, Mr. Dorrit," was the unwilling reply. "There are certain forms to be completed, and although your detention here is now in itself a form, I fear it is one that for a little longer has to be observed too." At this he shed tears again. "It is but a few hours, sir," Clennam cheerfully urged upon him.
"A few hours, sir," he returned in a sudden passion. "You talk very easily of hours, sir. How long do you suppose, sir, that an hour is to a man who is choking for want of air?"
It was his last demonstration for that time, as, after shedding some more tears, and querulously complaining that he could not breathe, he slowly fell into a slumber. Clennam had abundant occupation for his thoughts, as he sat in the quiet room watching the father on his bed, and the daughter fanning his face. Little Dorrit had been thinking too. After softly putting his grey hair aside, and touching his forehead with her lips, she looked towards Arthur, who came nearer to her, and pursued in a low whisper the subject of her thoughts.
"Mr. Clennam, will he pay all his debts before he leaves here?"
"No doubt, all."
"All the debts for which he had been imprisoned here, all my life and longer?"
"No doubt." There was something of uncertainty and remonstrance in her look, something that was not all satisfaction. He wondered to detect it, and said, "You are glad that he should do so?"
"Are you?"
asked Little Dorrit wistfully. "Am I? Most heartily glad."
"Then I know I ought to be."
"And are you not?"
"It seems to me hard," said Little Dorrit, "that he should have lost so many years and suffered so much, and at last pay all the debts as well. It seems to me hard that he should pay in life and money both."
"My dear child," Clennam was beginning.
"Yes, I know I am wrong," she pleaded timidly. "Don't think any worse of me. It has grown up with me here."
The prison, which could spoil so many things, had tainted Little Dorrit's mind no more than this. Engendered, as the confusion was, in compassion for the poor prisoner, her father, it was the first speck Clennam had ever seen, it was the last speck Clennam ever saw, of the prison atmosphere upon her. He thought this, and forbore to say another word. With the thought, her purity and goodness came before him in their brightest light. The little spot made them the more beautiful. Worn out with her own emotions, and yielding to the silence of the room, her hand slowly slackened and failed in its fanning movement, and her head dropped down on the pillow at her father's side. Clennam rose softly, opened and closed the door without a sound, and passed from the prison, carrying the quiet with him into the turbulent streets. End of chapter the 35th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 36th, book the 1st, of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, chapter the 36th. The Marshalsea becomes an orphan. And now the day arrived when Mr. Dorrit and his family were to leave the prison forever, and the stones of its much-trodden pavement were to know them no more. The interval had been short, but he had greatly complained of its length, and had been imperious with Mr. Rugg touching the delay. He had been high with Mr. Rugg, and had threatened to employ someone else. He had requested Mr. Rugg not to presume upon the place in which he found him, but to do his duty, sir, and to do it with promptitude. He had told Mr. Rugg that he knew what lawyers and agents were, and that he would not submit to imposition. On that gentleman's humbly representing that he exerted himself to the utmost, Miss Fanny was very short with him, desiring to know what less he could do, when he had been told a dozen times that money was no object, and expressing her suspicion that he forgot whom he talked to. Towards the marshal, who was a marshal of many years' standing, and with whom he had never had any previous difference, Mr. Dorrit comported himself with severity. That officer, on personally tendering his congratulations, offered the free use of 2 rooms in his house for Mr. Dorrit's occupation until his departure. Mr. Dorrit thanked him at the moment, and replied that he would think of it. But the marshal was no sooner gone than he sat down and wrote him a cutting note, in which he remarked that he had never, on any former occasion, had the honour of receiving his congratulations, which was true, though indeed there had not been anything particular to congratulate him upon, and that he begged, on behalf of himself and family, to repudiate the marshal's offer with all those thanks which its disinterested character and its perfect independence of all worldly considerations demanded. although his brother showed so dim a glimmering of interest in their altered fortunes that it was very doubtful whether he understood them. Mr. Dorrit caused him to be measured for new raiment by the hosiers, tailors, hatters, and bootmakers whom he called in for himself, and ordered that his old clothes should be taken from him and burned. Miss Fanny and Mr. Tip required no direction in making an appearance of great fashion and elegance, and the three passed this interval together at the best hotel in the neighbourhood, though truly, as Miss Fanny said, the best was very indifferent. In connection with that establishment, Mr. Tip hired a cabriolet, horse, and groom, a very neat turn-out, which was usually to be observed for 2 or 3 hours at a time gracing the Borough High Street outside the Marshalsea court-yard. A modest little hired chariot and pair was also frequently to be seen there, in alighting from and entering which vehicle Miss Fanny fluttered the Marshal's daughters by the display of inaccessible bonnets. A great deal of business was transacted in this short period. Among other items, Messrs. Peddle and Poole, solicitors of Monument Yard, were instructed by their client Edward Dorrit, Esquire, to address a letter to Mr. Arthur Clennam, enclosing the sum of £24 9s. 8d., being the amount of principal and interest computed at the rate of 5% per annum, in which their client believed himself to be indebted to Mr. Clennam. In making this communication and remittance, Messrs. Peddle and Poole were further instructed by their client to remind Mr. Clennam that the favour of the advance now repaid, including gate fees, had not been asked of him, and to inform him that it would not have been accepted if it had been openly proffered in his name, with which they requested a stamped receipt, and remained his obedient servants. A great deal of business had likewise to be done within the so soon to be orphaned Marshalsea, by Mr. Dorrit so long its father, chiefly arising out of applications made to him by collegians for small sums of money. To these he responded with the greatest liberality, and with no lack of formality, always first writing to appoint a time at which the applicant might wait upon him in his room, and then receiving him in the midst of a vast accumulation of documents and accompanying his donation, for he said in every such case, "It is a donation, not a loan," with a great deal of good counsel, to the effect that he, the expiring father of the Marshalsea, hoped to be long remembered, as an example that a man might preserve his own and the general respect even there. The collegians were not envious. Besides, that they had a personal and traditional regard for a collegian of so many years' standing, the event was creditable to the college, and made it famous in the newspapers. Perhaps more of them thought, too, than were quite aware of it, that the thing might in the lottery of chances have happened to themselves, or that something of the sort might yet happen to themselves some day or other. They took it very well. A few were low at the thought of being left behind, and being left poor. But even these did not grudge the family their brilliant reverse. There might have been much more envy in politer places. It seemed probable that mediocrity of fortune would have been disposed to be less magnanimous than the collegians, who lived from hand to mouth, from the pawnbroker's hand to the day's dinner. They got up an address to him, which they presented in a neat frame and glass, though it was not afterwards displayed in the family mansion or preserved among the family papers, and to which he returned a gracious answer. In that document he assured them, in a royal manner, that he received the profession of their attachment with a full conviction of its sincerity, and again generally exhorted them to follow his example, which, at least in so far as coming into a great property was concerned, there is no doubt they would have gladly imitated. He took the same occasion of inviting them to a comprehensive entertainment, to be given to the whole college in the yard, and at which he signified he would have the honour of taking a parting glass to the health and happiness of all those whom he was about to leave behind. He did not in person dine at this public repast. It took place at 2 in the afternoon, and his dinners now came in from the hotel at 6. But his son was so good as to take the head of the principal table, and to be very free and engaging. He himself went about among the company, and took notice of individuals, and saw that the viands were of the quality he had ordered. and that all were served. On the whole, he was like a baron of the olden time in a rare good humour. At the conclusion of the repast, he pledged his guests in a bumper of old Madeira, and told them that he hoped they had enjoyed themselves, and, what was more, that they would enjoy themselves for the rest of the evening, that he wished them well, and that he bade them welcome. His health being drunk with acclamations, he was not so baronial after all, but that in trying to return thanks he broke down, in the manner of a mere serf with a heart in his breast, and wept before them all. After this great success, which he supposed to be a failure, he gave them Mr. Chivery and his brother officers, whom he had beforehand presented with £10 each, and who were all in attendance. Mr. Chivery spoke to the toast, saying, "What you undertake to lock up, but remember that you are, in the words of the fettered African, a man and a brother ever." The list of toasts disposed of, Mr. Dorrit urbanely went through the motions of playing a game of skittles with the collegian who was the next oldest inhabitant to himself, and left the tenantry to their diversions. But all these occurrences preceded the final day. And now the day arrived when he and his family were to leave the prison for ever, and when the stones of its much-trodden pavement were to know them no more. Noon was the hour appointed for the departure. As it approached, there was not a collegian within doors, nor a turnkey absent. The latter class of gentlemen appeared in their Sunday clothes, and the greater part of the collegians were brightened up as much as circumstances allowed. 2 or 3 flags were even displayed, and the children put on odds and ends of ribbon. Mr. Dorrit himself, at this trying time, preserved a serious but graceful dignity. Much of his great attention was given to his brother, as to whose bearing on the great occasion he felt anxious. "My dear Frederick," said he, "if you will give me your arm, we will pass among our friends together. I think it is right that we should go out arm in arm, my dear Frederick." "Ah," said Frederick, "yes, yes, yes, yes. And if, my dear Frederick, if you could, without putting any great constraint upon yourself, throw a little, pray excuse me, Frederick, a little polish into your usual demeanour." William, said the other, shaking his head, "it's for you to do all that. I don't know how. All forgotten. But, my dear fellow," returned William, "for that very reason, if for no other, you must positively try to rouse yourself. What you have forgotten you must now begin to recall, my dear Frederick. Your position." "Eh?" said Frederick. "Your position, my dear Frederick." "Mine?" He looked first at his own figure, and then at his brother's, and then, drawing a long breath, cried, "Ah, to be sure, yes. Your position, my dear Frederick, is now a fine one. Your position as my brother is a very fine one, and I know that it belongs to your conscientious nature to try to become worthy of it, my dear Frederick, and to try to adorn it. To be no discredit to it, but to adorn it." "William," said the other weakly and with a sigh, "I will do anything you wish, my brother, provided it lies in my power. Pray be so kind as to recollect what a limited power mine is. What would you wish me to do to-day, brother? Say what it is, only say what it is." "My dearest Frederick, nothing. It is not worth troubling so good a heart as yours with." "Pray trouble it," returned the other. "It finds it no trouble, William, to do anything it can for you." William passed his hand across his eyes, and murmured with august satisfaction, "Blessings on your attachment, my poor dear fellow." Then he said aloud, "Well, my dear Frederick, if you will only try as we walk out to show that you are alive to the occasion, that you think about it." "What would you advise me to think about it?" returned his submissive brother. "Oh, my dear Frederick, how can I answer you? I can only say what, in leaving these good people, I think myself." "That's it," cried his brother. "That will help me. I find that I think, my dear Frederick,
and with mixed emotions in which a softened compassion predominates. What will they do without me?" "True," returned his brother. "Yes, yes, yes, yes. I'll think that as we go. What will they do without my brother? Poor things! What will they do without him?"
12 o'clock having just struck, and the carriage being reported ready in the outer courtyard, the brothers proceeded downstairs arm in arm. Edward Dorrit, Esquire, one step, and his sister Fanny followed, also arm in arm. Mr. Plornish and Maggie, to whom had been entrusted the removal of such of the family effects as were considered worth removing, followed, bearing bundles and burdens to be packed in a cart. In the yard were the collegians and turnkeys. In the yard were Mr. Panks and Mr. Rugg, come to see the last touch given to their work. In the yard was young John, making a new epitaph for himself, on the occasion of his dying of a broken heart. In the yard was the patriarchal Casby, looking so tremendously benevolent that many enthusiastic collegians grasped him fervently by the hand, and the wives and female relatives of many more collegians kissed his hand, nothing doubting that he had done it all. In the yard was the man with the shadowy grievance respecting the fund, which the Marshal embezzled, who had got up at 5 in the morning to complete the copying of a perfectly unintelligible history of that transaction, which he had committed to Mr. Dorrit's care, as a document of the last importance, calculated to stun the government and effect the Marshal's downfall. In the yard was the insolvent, whose utmost energies were always set on getting into debt, who broke into prison with as much pains as other men have broken out of it, and who was always being cleared and complimented, while the insolvent at his elbow, a mere little snivelling, striving tradesman, half dead of anxious efforts to keep out of debt, found it a hard matter indeed to get a commissioner to release him with much reproof and reproach. In the yard was the man of many children and many burdens, whose failure astonished everybody. In the yard was the man of no children and large resources, whose failure astonished nobody. There were the people who were always going out tomorrow, and always putting it off. There were the people who had come in yesterday, and who were much more jealous and resentful of this freak of fortune than the seasoned birds. There were some who, in pure meanness of spirit, cringed and bowed before the enriched collegian and his family. There were others who did so really because their eyes, accustomed to the gloom of their imprisonment and poverty, could not support the light of such bright sunshine. There were many whose shillings had gone into his pocket to buy him meat and drink, but none who were now obtrusively hail fellow well met with him on the strength of that assistance. It was rather to be remarked of the caged birds, that they were a little shy of the bird about to be so grandly free, and that they had a tendency to withdraw themselves towards the bars, and seem a little fluttered as he passed. Through these spectators the little procession, headed by the two brothers, moved slowly to the gate. Mr. Dorrit, yielding to the vast speculation how the poor creatures were to get on without him, was great and sad, but not absorbed. He patted children on the head like Sir Roger de Coverley going to church. He spoke to people in the background by their Christian names. He condescended to all present, and seemed for their consolation to walk encircled by the legend in golden characters. "Be comforted, my people. Bear it." At last 3 honest cheers announced that he had passed the gate, and that the Marshalsea was an orphan. Before they had ceased to ring in the echoes of the prison walls, the family had got into their carriage, and the attendant had the steps in his hand. Then, and not before,
"Good gracious!"
cried Miss Fanny all at once.
"Where's Amy?"
Her father had thought she was with her sister. Her sister had thought she was somewhere or other. They had all trusted to finding her, as they had always done, quietly in the right place at the right moment. This going away was perhaps the very first action of their joint lives that they had got through without her. A minute might have been consumed in the ascertaining of these points, when Miss Fanny, who, from her seat in the carriage commanded the long narrow passage leading to the lodge, flushed indignantly.
"Now I do say, Pa,"
cried she,
"that this is disgraceful."
"What is disgraceful, Fanny?"
"I do say,"
she repeated,
"this is perfectly infamous. Really almost enough, even at such a time as this, to make one wish one was dead. Here is that child Amy, in her ugly old shabby dress, which she was so obstinate about, Pa, which I over and over again begged and prayed her to change, and which she over and over again objected to and promised to change to-day, saying she wished to wear it as long as ever she remained in there with you, which was absolutely romantic nonsense of the lowest kind. Here is that child Amy disgracing us to the last moment, and at the last moment, by being carried out in that dress after all, and by that Mr. Clennam too."
The offence was proved, as she delivered the indictment. Clennam appeared at the carriage door, bearing the little insensible figure in his arms. "She has been forgotten," he said in a tone of pity not free from reproach. I ran up to her room, which Mr. Chivery showed me, and found the door open, and that she had fainted on the floor, dear child. She appeared to have gone to change her dress, and to have sunk down overpowered. It may have been the cheering, or it may have happened sooner. Take care of this poor cold hand, Miss Dorrit. Don't let it fall."
"Thank you, sir,"
returned Miss Dorrit, bursting into tears.
"I believe I know what to do, if you will give me leave. Dear Amy, open your eyes. That's a love. Oh, Amy, Amy, I really am so vexed and ashamed. Do rouse yourself, darling. Oh, why are they not driving on? Pray, Pa, do drive on."
The attendant, getting between Clennam and the carriage door, with a sharp
"By your leave, sir,"
bundled up the steps, and they drove away. End of chapter the 36th. End of book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain.